Good evening and welcome to the Otters Digital Network. As Jordan Fisher and Zane Clodfelter are here, we are on the air ready to go for some Evansville Otters baseball, but remote version. Almost throwback to last season, Zane, as the Otters are in town, or on the road I should say, at the Sussex County Miners. Zane, it's good to be on the air with you once again.
Big Red, Jordan Fisher, I've been looking forward to this all week.
I'm sure that all of Otterville is wondering, where's Matthew Will? Well, Matthew Will is going to be off for this weekend series. He's got some things going on, so we're filling in along with Jevin Redmond this weekend. You'll be able to hear him tomorrow. You and Jevin will have the game tomorrow for Game 2, and then me and Jevin will split Game 3 to wrap up the series on Sunday.
Good news, though.
Should be a fun weekend.
I talked to Matthew Will a couple times this week. He's feeling a lot better. We talked as recently as today. So, Matthew, we're thinking of you and hoping you're 100% here real soon, and yeah, he's planning on being back at Bosse Field for that first of 6 next Tuesday here at the ballpark.
The Otters game is scheduled for a 6:05 Central Time first pitch, and we're currently waiting on the Flow Sports video stream to load. So of course we can call that from here because we're not magicians. We can't call a baseball game we're not actually physically at. But we're going to do our best to bring you coverage here on the Otters Digital Network.
See, when I was asked to do this game, I assumed you were providing the private jet for us to fly to Augusta,
that's
New Jersey.
that's a little out of my budget. I can't afford a private jet.
I bet you had that pool
to
around
New
here.
Jersey. I think you got more pool around Bosse Field than I do. I've seen your walk through the concourse.
Just at the
pregame.
concessions.
Just at the concessions. Well, Zane, let's go ahead while we're waiting for the video stream to start because we're expecting first pitch at any moment. Why don't you go ahead and run us through the two starting lineups for the two teams?
Let's check out, Jordan, the Evansville Otters starting lineup. The Otters entering the second half of the Frontier League season at 34-23. They're second in the Frontier League West Division behind the Washington Wild Things, 2 games back. The Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game in center field is number 6, Miles Gordon. Batting second at third base, number 2, J.R. Davis. Batting third at first, 45, Zach Biermann. Batting cleanup for Evansville this evening, left fielder number 33, Jeffrey Baez. Batting fifth, the DH, 21, Steven Sensley. And batting sixth in right field, number 9, Elijah Mcnamee. The bottom third of the lineup for Andy McCauley's team, the shortstop, number 28, George Khalil, bats seventh. Catching and batting eighth is number 5, Justin Felix. And second baseman, number 8, Andy Armstrong, bats ninth, with the Southern Indiana product, Bryce Tudeville, on the mound wearing number 50. For Sussex County, the Miners are 31-26. That's good enough for third in the east of the Frontier League. Leading off, it's Mikey Reynolds in the outfield. The shortstop is number 13, Kevin Rowland. New acquisition, third baseman, number 27, Juan Silverio, bats third. The DH wearing number 44 is David Mayberry. Second baseman, number 8, Webb Little, bats fifth, and batting sixth. Then left field is 25, Justin Washington. The lower third of Sussex County's lineup, Jordan at first base, it's 23, Alex Toro. The catcher, batting eighth, is 24, Isaias Quiros. And in right field, number 4, Nilo Rijo. The pitcher for Sussex County in the series opener, post-All-Star break in the Frontier League, number 32, Vin Mazzaro. Those are the lineups for both teams.
Well, there you go. We currently have a video feed finally, and they are seeing the national anthems. We are just a few moments away from the start of this first game of this series. Again, Jordan Fisher alongside me, Zane Clodfelter, as we 2 of 3 people bringing you the series this weekend on the Otters Digital Network. While we have a moment, you mentioned the team's records. Let's take a look at the 2 standings. We'll start with the East Division. The Quebec Capitals lead the way, 42-15 in that division, followed by Ottawa at 35-23. Sussex County, as you mentioned, 31-26, coming in third place. The New York Boulders, 30-27, tied with Troy Riviere, as they are also 30-27. Tri-City, the Valley Cats, 28-29. Then it's the New Jersey Jackals at 27-29, and the Empire State Grays rounding it out 3-54 on the season. In the West Division, the leader of the pack so far coming into the second half of the season, the Washington Wild Things, 36-21. The Evansville Otters coming at second, 34-23. Schaumburg slotted in at the third spot, 30-25. Gateway, 29-28 in fourth. Then it goes Joliet and Lake Erie, both at 27-30. Then Windy City is 23-33, and rounding out the West Division, the Florence Yalls at 22 and 34. So our Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game, Miles Gordon, is about to step to the plate. And Miles has had himself a pretty good season this year, Zane. He's hitting for some power. Not something we've really seen from him, in the past. But 7 homers out of that leadoff spot, a 277 average. And also 14 stolen bases.
Yeah, he's batted at various points in the lineup as well for manager Andy McCauley, which shows you his versatility and that it's good to have a guy like him reliable on defense, and then also someone that can bat leadoff, and then someone who's also comfortable being, in theory, that second leadoff man in the lower third of the lineup.
Again, one more time as Zane ran through the lineups. For the Otters, it's Miles Gordon, J.R. Davis, Zach Biermann, Jeffrey Baez, Steven Sinsley, Elijah Mcnamee, George Khalil, Justin Felix, and Andy Armstrong, the starting 9 for the Evansville Otters. Again, they'll be facing against the Sussex County right-hander Vin Mazzaro, who on the season has a 3-4 record, and then an ERA at 4.6 on the year. He's got 38 strikeouts to just 21 walks. Not too bad in 9 appearances, as Miles Gordon is indeed stepping in the batter's box, and we're about ready to go. As we're a few minutes behind first pitch. Of course, we're behind on the schedule, too, as far as the live stream goes. You can't be that instantaneous.
I thought we were.
We're pretty good, but not that good. It's too bad we can't afford that private jet.
No, and I thought Preston installed the fancy satellite on the top of Bossy Field's roof.
No, that would be a way to do it as well. So Miles Gordon digging in as he'll lead things off, the left-handed hitting center fielder. As the first pitch coming home is a called strike right down the middle of fastball as we're underway. Shows 6:10 local time. I'm sure it was closer to 6:08 local time. Trying to get the weather in Augusta. As, of course, we're not there. The second pitch coming home to Miles Gordon. Fastball outside as it's even at 1-1.
Sure, like the rest of the country. Hot, hot, hot.
Oh, gosh. It was really hot today.
It's hot, Don.
Haven't heard that one for a little while.
You're from the tri-state when you can joke about that and laugh.
So it's actually showing that it's 75 degrees and sunny in Augusta right now as Miles Gordon swings, and it's now 1-2.
Nice crowd filing in.
Otters wearing their gray road uniforms with the blue Evansville script across the front. Of course, their black helmets with the blue E when they're in the batter's box. And the 1-2 delivery home is popped off to the left side, and that is going to get out of play.
One thing I should say about this ballpark is it's really out in the middle of nowhere. We talk about Major League Baseball this year as having a Field of Dreams game in Iowa, and it's kind of cool setting and backdrop. There's a lot of trees in the area, farmland. Really not in a major metropolitan area like Bossy Field is when you compare Evansville and Augusta, New Jersey.
Of course, we have some baseball going on here at Bossy Field, too, at the same time. In case you end up hearing some background noise, there's a 16U travel baseball. I don't know if it's a tournament or a showcase going on this weekend, tonight and tomorrow.
Yes, the count goes to 2-2. Lively atmosphere at the ballpark. There's a sparse crowd, but
you might hear the national anthem in the background.
Yeah,
possibly. And the 2-2 pitch goes outside, so now the count is full. A good at-bat here from Gordon, really making Mazzaro work here in this leadoff batter of the game.
And Mazzaro is a slow worker, kind of methodical out on the mound. He'll go for the spike cleaner there.
Would it be fair to say that he's not a Zane Clodfelter type pitcher?
No.
Payoff pitch, ground to the right side and foul, so we'll do it again. 7 pitches in this at-bat already for Miles Gordon.
But Miles Gordon, that's why he's such a great leadoff man in the Edward Jones leadoff batter spot, because he has the ability to get these at-bats and frustrate pitchers. Especially on a full count, one mistake, and suddenly you have the leadoff man on to start the second half of the season.
8th pitch of the at-bat, flown to the left side and foul as some kids are chasing it down the left field foul line.
So I tell you about the nature. It kind of reminds me of the University of Southern Indiana's baseball stadium that really looks like it was just dropped from the sky into a forest because it has a beautiful backdrop of trees, and that's kind of what you feel and see here at this ballpark as well. Skyland Stadium.
In Augusta, New Jersey. I've never been to Augusta, but I've been to New Jersey, as time is called.
Holds 4,500, and their record attendance there was 5,400.
Not quite Bossy Field's record attendance.
It is not. A couple thousand short, 3,000 short to be exact.
Payoff pitch once again as Gordon laces this one into right field, and that'll drop for a base hit. So Miles Gordon is aboard with a leadoff single, and that'll bring up J.R. Davis, the third baseman.
I'm sure Vin Mazzaro has to think, man, it would have been easier just to walk him on four straight pitches and start over. But instead, what a great at-bat there for Miles Gordon there. Leadoff man is on with a base hit.
It's the perfect way to start.
As Brandon Taylor would say, there goes
the no-no. So that brings in J.R. Davis, the right-handed hitting utility player. He'll play third base. He'll play second base. He's played some left field this year. Of course, he's always an opportunity to DH. Gordon with a good lead at first base as they pick off, but back in time.
And let me just say this. I want it on the record. I want it on ODN. I love the fact that the Evansville Otters are wearing the road gray uniforms with the blue Evansville across the chest. I love it.
We don't get to see that very often
We
because we don't travel with the team. First pitch to Davis is outside for a ball. Davis hitting .278 on the year. He's got 10 doubles, 2 triples, 5 homers.
A lot of times, Big Red, the Otters also when they're on the road just opt for the Blue Otters script, where, of course, in baseball, typically, at least in Major League Baseball, historically, teams that were on the road, you would see the actual city name, and then when they're at home, the actual team moniker, one of the exceptions being the Cardinals.
Well, as all things are fantastic in the remote world sometimes, it looks like they were having some experience or difficulties with the live stream, but they have it back now. But J.R. Davis grounded into a double play.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
We didn't get to see it, so I don't think it actually happened. But in digs the number 3-hole hitter, arguably the best hitter in this lineup, Zach Biermann for the Evansville Otters. So 2 quick outs and a chance for Mazzaro to get out of the inning after giving up the leadoff base hit to Miles Gordon. First pitch outside to Biermann for a ball.
And what a start to the season Zach Biermann had, becoming a Frontier League All-Star, and I think he's going to be one of the guys offensively the Otters are going to need in the push for the postseason in the second half.
Now a 1-1 count for Zach Biermann. He was a big part of their first half for sure. I think he was at one point, and Matthew Will would know this better, but I think he was at one point leading the Frontier League in home runs. He has 14 right now. I'm not sure where that stands in the current climate of the Frontier League going into the second half of the season.
Vin Mazzaro, though, is pitching very aggressively, and he's not kind of trying to hit the corners here. He's going right at the heart of the plate for Biermann, so we'll see if he can sneak another one by.
The 1-2 to Biermann is a called third strike as he goes down looking, and the Otters, after getting a leadoff base hit from Miles Gordon, end up going 1-2-3 in the end of it, and that will be the conclusion of the top half of the first inning. Coming up for the Miners in the bottom half, it'll be Reynolds, Roland, and Silverio leading off for the Sussex County Miners when we come back after this break.
Welcome back to Augusta, New Jersey, Skyland Stadium, and the Otters went scoreless in the top of the first. Let's check out our Answer Auto Repair East battery. First for Sussex County, as we saw in the top half of the inning, Vin Mazzaro was starting on the mound, and Isaias Quiros behind the plate, and that pitcher-catcher battery is powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. And find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Tell them Zane from the Otters sent you. And for the Otters, it'll be Bryce Studeville. On the mound, Justin Felix behind the plate. Big Red?
Thank you, Zane. As Studeville's stretching behind the mound as he gets ready to start his bottom half of the inning. And coming up to the plate will be the center fielder, Mikey Reynolds, as he will bat from the right-handed side of the batter's box. Miners in their home white uniforms. I'm colorblind. Is that black and orange trim? Is that black lettering, orange trim?
You're asking someone who's
also colorblind. I forgot about that. So we're going to go with black and orange. If we're wrong, we're wrong. That's okay. First pitch from Studeville is a called strike.
Preston will correct us if we're very off. He's our fact checker this evening.
He doesn't correct us, I don't think so. Sussex County Miners, black and orange? That's gold, not orange. Line drive to Zach Biermann as he gloves that for out number one.
That was a fantastic play. Hit on a rope down the first base line, and if Zach Biermann can't grab that one.
Look at that. We're about to get a replay.
Yeah,
here in the bottom of the
extra bases. So what a great job and defensively by Zach Biermann.
Would love to see the StatCast information on that one. That ball jumped off the bat. So now the number 2 hitter comes in, Kevin Rowland, the shortstop, as he takes first pitch 0-1. Studeville's second delivery, a breaking ball in there for strike number 2. Rowland batting just 184 on the season. 2 homers, 3 doubles, no triples. 44 strikeouts on the year. Studeville up quickly 0-2, and he spikes one in the dirt. Not a bad waste pitch, but
I'm curious to see how Evansville plays, going into the All-Star break. Things weren't, peachy and 100%. They went 2-4 in those final 6 and had an opportunity to go into the break with at least a share of the lead in the division. And now they have a East-heavy schedule coming up here the next couple of weeks.
The 1-2 pitch just below the knees evens it at 2-2. Chance to set the Otters lineup defensively. It goes Baez, Gordon, Mcnamee, left to right in the outfield. Davis, Khalil, Armstrong, and Biermann in the infield with Felix behind home plate as he is catching Studeville. And now it's a 3-2 count after the 2-2 just misses off the plate.
Because you look at the Otters' upcoming schedule, after this, they have 2 East Division opponents at Bosse Field next week. Teams like tonight they've never played before until now.
3-2 grounded foul to the left side. This is a big opportunity for Evansville to potentially leapfrog Washington here in this first kind of week and a half of the second half of the season, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Washington's traveling to Canada this week.
Yeah, so they're in New York this evening, and I'm pretty sure they make the Canadian swing then next week.
There's a chance for Evansville to pick up the couple games that they gave up in their last homestand. This one ripped up the middle past the shortstop Khalil, as it'll be a base hit, a 1-out single for Kevin Rowland. And that brings up the newly acquired third baseman, Juan Silverio. We don't have a whole lot of information on Silverio because he was just signed today by the Miners. In fact, he wasn't even on the roster that Preston sent us earlier this afternoon. But that's how late the transaction happened.
But he is a legal transaction. We saw it on the waiver wire. So
Silverio bat from the right-hand side wearing number 27. Looks to be about the same size as Jeffrey Baez.
Yeah, he is
He's got some size to him.
Reason why he's batting in the 3 spot. You want power in the 3, 4, 5.
He looks like he's got some power. We'll see if Studeville can work around it, as there's a runner on first base with 1 out, and the first pitch is a called strike, 0-1.
And you got to think, too, even with this player Silverio being a new signee, there's going to be a lot of unknowns based on the limitations that you have never seen this franchise before in competitive baseball. This being the first all-time meeting between the Otters and Sussex County.
Runner going as this is grounded to the left side past J.R. Davis through the hole into left field, as Baez will pick it up and toss it in. It'll be back-to-back singles that puts runners at first and second base now for the cleanup hitter David Mayberry.
And here's an early test for Bryce Studeville here. the last homestand going into the All-Star break, the Otters pitching did a fantastic job of dealing with, yes, a lot of traffic, but they always found a way to limit the damage.
Well, this is definitely going to be a test for Bryce Studeville on the mound. David Mayberry on the year, batting .357, 7 homers, 9 doubles, 32 runs driven in.
Is that good, Big Red?
I would say .357 is pretty good. His slugging is .571, so his OPS is just shy of 1,000.
There's a reason why he's batting cleanup.
Yes. So the right-handed designated hitter David Mayberry digs in, runner on first and second base as Studeville works from the stretch, and a first pitch fastball up, swung and missed, as it's now 0-1.
Swinging for the fences on that one, and Sussex County, they have been aggressive here early, both pitching and at the plate.
Studeville trying to work out of an early jam as the 0-1 is in the dirt, blocked by Felix. It'll stay at 1-1. But you're right, because we're seeing Studeville really try to work away here in this first inning. But the Sussex County Miners have been patient, waiting for a pitch to come in, but they're ready to jump on pitches. And we saw that with Mayberry swinging his first pitch. He got a fastball elevated, just swung and missed at it. Watch the 0-1 go outside. Now we'll see what way Studeville and Felix elect to go. A long pause and a look at the runner. Now Studeville delivers. Curveball, as that's laced into right center field. They'll get down in the gap. Gordon picks it up, as one run will likely score, and they will stop Silverio at third base. So an RBI single from David Mayberry, and it's 1-0 in favor of Sussex County. Not an ideal start for the Evansville Otters, but I think it's just been 3 good at-bats by the Miners, and still a chance for Studeville to get out of this. So that now brings in the left-handed hitting second baseman, Webb Little. As Little will step up with runners in the corners, 1 out. Looking to do more damage against the Otters right-hander. First pitch hit well out to right field. Mcnamee giving chase, as that ball is going to be off the wall in the warning track. Mcnamee fires it in, and just a 1-run double, it looks like. I think they stopped the runner at third base.
That's very fortunate.
So only Silverio scored, I believe. I don't think Mayberry came around. They haven't showed him on the screen anyway, but a first pitch swinging double, and now some real trouble for the Evansville Otters.
We get another look at it here. And again, a pitch left it in the upper half of the zone, able to get full extension on it, full power. And I thought for a second it had the potential to leave the park, but
I'm not sure the size of their field, but that looked like a pretty deep right center field.
It did.
So now that brings in the number 6 hitter, Justin Washington, the left fielder, as he'll hit from the right-hand side. It is runners on second and third, 2 out, or 2 on, and it's a 2-0 ball game. As the first pitch to Washington misses outside for ball 1.
A strikeout here would be great, but you just really need at this point to kind of minimize the damage.
Yeah, I think at this point you're looking for any kind of out. Even if it's a sacrifice fly, just get to where you have 2 outs and a chance to get out of the inning. And the second pitch, is down low below the zone. It's now 2-0. 2-0 in favor of the Sussex County Miners, bottom of the first inning. It's now 2-1 as the fastball called just on the outer half of the plate. Jordan Fisher alongside me, Zane Clodfelter.
And watching Bryce Studeville, in his I covered him in high school playing for South Spencer, and 2, announcing him in college at USI. Man, when he has that fastball going, that's a great pitch to have, especially in jams like this.
And he was a mid-season addition for the Otters.
He was. Tim Holdgrafer was signed by the Kansas City Royals organization, and Bryce still living in the Evansville area, just graduating from Southern Indiana. Kind of using it as a taxi squad, really, and he's stuck. It's great. There's been a lot of Southern Indiana products who play plate for Tracy Archuleta. You got to think of Austin Gossman, Jacob Bowles, Bryce Studeville.
All three on the roster currently. Matt Chavarria, previously in the Frontier League.
Yeah, Taylor Dennis as well.
2-2. Swung on and missed. There's the strikeout you needed if you're Bryce Studeville. So that's a second out. That's a huge out. After getting the leadoff man out, he allowed 4 straight hits, 3 singles, and a double. But now a chance for Studeville to work out of this and allow only 2 runs in this bottom half of the first inning.
And one thing, too, I think is key for the Otters tonight is defense. Defense, I think, maybe stating the obvious here, but again, in that last series against Washington, there were several unearned runs that were given up, and that's a byproduct of a couple of errors in the infield and outfield. So you clean that up, and you can limit the damage and stay closer in the game.
Alex Torrell swinging at the first pitch. He also, I believe, was a new signing today, as he was not on the roster we were given.
So Sussex County making some changes to start
after
their
the
playoff
All-Star break.
push.
It makes sense for sure. Torrell batting from the left-hand side. Hands high, up by his ear hole. As Studeville trying to work out of this bottom of the first. It's now 1-1 as that fastball just missed off the plate.
And first base is open. But so far, 21 pitches. So trying to minimalize that number as much as possible.
Still runners on second and third as the 1-1 misses just inside off the plate. Now 2-1. This feels like this inning has been dragging along for Bryce Studeville. I mean, this is hitter number 7 to come to the plate for the Miners.
Yeah, this is not a Zane Clodfelter half inning.
It is not. A long pause, the 2-1. Just off the plate, 3-1.
And we brought up a Zane Clodfelter at-bat and half inning before in our remote broadcast, but, you know, the Zane Clodfelter at-bat is 1 pitch, 1 out. The half inning is a half inning.
Would you even classify it as anything under 3 pitches in an at-bat? Like,
yeah, if it's a quick 2, then yeah.
Yeah.
And then, you know, a quick half inning is 9 or less pitches, and then
basically 3 up, 3 down.
a game
Yeah.
is 2.5 hours. That's the perfect time.
And ball 4 as Studeville misses high and away. That will load the bases, as now that brings in the catcher, Isaias Quiroz. I think I said that right, Quiroz.
That's how I've been saying
That's
it.
how
So
I've been
as long
saying,
as
okay.
we're consistent,
We're going to stay with it. That's what we're going to do. So ball 4 loads the bases. And Quiroz batting from the right side, the catcher, number 8 hitter for the Miners. He'll dig in, a chance to do some big damage against Evansville, but also an opportunity for Evansville to get out of the inning, being that they have force plays at every single bag.
just need a ground ball here, Big Red.
Quiroz only hitting 204 on the year. First pitch misses up and in, ball 1. He's got 35 strikeouts to 11 walks, 4 homers, 3 doubles, just 13 runs driven in. Big opportunity here for Studeville to get out of the inning. The 1-0 misses low. Ball 2. This has definitely not been a Zane Clodfelter half inning. But good news is you're going to get to hear Zane Clodfelter tonight and tomorrow, as our good friend Jevin Redmond will be here tomorrow night with you.
Yeah, and then in the J&J show on Sunday afternoon, tune in.
You know, we never called it that when we were together at USI, Jevin and Jordan.
J squared. That's
J
another
squared. I like that. And 2-0 missed, I think, just up and in. It's 3-0. Studeville really struggling here in this first inning. Definitely not a way you want to start a ball game.
right, but just all you need is a ground ball here.
Yep. 3-0, and that misses inside, ball 4, so he walks in a run.
Yeah, and that's problematic. One, you want to make them earn it, and so free passes, I think, are frustrating at any level, and especially in a situation like this where it's early, you're coming out of the All-Star break, you're trying to set a tone, and to give up runs like this. The good news for Evansville is, as we've seen, offensively as a whole, this team has a powerful punch with the bat and has a chance in any game. The problem is, going into the All-Star break, the offense struggled just a tad bit going in, as Max Peterson is talking with both his catcher, Justin Felix, and Bryce Studeville as starter, which I
expected that. I mean, after you have back-to-back walks like that, I mean, Studeville got off to a really good start with the line out, and then gave up the 4 straight hits. That was definitely a bit of a challenging situation. I thought he made some good pitches, really up until that double where he kind of left it up in the zone. But he came back, got the strikeout against Washington, and then just kind of lost command.
Problem is, though, you have the bases loaded, and you have someone that has probably some pop with his bat. Everyone's going to look for a fastball just to get it into the zone, and then that's when it can really turn into a dangerous situation, especially if they get full power and hit it for a grand slam. So
well, the good news is, Zane, I would normally think the exact same way you did, as first pitch to Rijo is blown away for ball 1. With the DH, you can never just assume the 9-hitter can't hit.
Right.
Sometimes they'll put a little bit of power in that spot to flip the order. Now, Rijo is batting .297, but he doesn't have any home runs this year. He has 6 doubles. So that's at least a positive sign, as I believe it is 1-1, as that one was a called strike. So you have a contact hitter here, which an opportunity, like you've said, to get a ground ball, get out of the inning. But Rijo also has 37 strikeouts on the year. Swing and a miss, as it's now 1-2. And now a chance for Studeville to get that much-needed strikeout and just get out of the inning.
Yeah, German-American Bank strikeout here would be great.
Yeah, we didn't mention that on the Justin Washington strikeout. That was a German-American Bank strikeout, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'll keep this broadcast on the rails.
1-2, bounced low, but blocked by Felix. It's now 2-2.
Making those sponsors happy.
Absolutely, have to.
Later in the game, we'll be talking about our upcoming promotions. We have a couple of doozies coming up this next homestand. That's a tease. We want you to stick around to hear all the great promotions.
Yeah, you can hear about that. We'll save that for, like, the 6th inning. You got to stick around to the 6th inning, because you got to hear Zane Clodfelter do play-by-play for 3 innings. That's what it is.
I didn't have to drive that far.
The 2-2 delivery upstairs. This is a very big pitch coming up.
It is, and already now at 33 pitches for Bryce, and
I'm sure he, as much as anybody else, would love to get out of this inning just to make it stop.
the good news for Evansville as a team, though, this is coming out of the All-Star break, so all of your arms are fresh.
And the payoff. It's fouled off to the right side. We'll do it again. Those poor runners are going to keep running. They got to go back to the bases.
And this is what Mike Shannon, former radio voice of the St. Louis Cardinals, would always call one of the most beautiful things in all of baseball, when you have the bases loaded, so everyone's going on a 3-2 count with 2 outs.
You know what's going to happen. Studeville's working from the windup.
And they do it in unison. It's just a very cool thing to watch. There they go.
3-2. And that misses inside. 3 straight walks for Studeville. He shakes his head as he disagrees with the strike zone.
It was inside, though.
I thought so as well, but he is – and maybe he's shaking his head at it himself.
Yeah.
That's possible.
I don't know. But then again, our camera monitor, we're not seeing directly behind the pitcher and the catcher battery.
It still looked like that pitch ran inside.
Right.
I think it was definitely off the plate.
Compared to the zone that we've seen already from the same camera angle for pitches that have been called strikes. I guess that would be my defense.
So we're back to the leadoff hitter, Mikey Reynolds. He lined out to first base in his first at-bat as he watches pitch number 1 for a called strike.
And Bryce has been working ahead in the counts. The problem is just some really good at-bats here by Sussex County, working back into the favorable count for themselves.
Pitch number 37 coming up as that one misses up and in, even at 1-1. And it seems like Studeville's having a little bit of issues with the command of the fastball. It seems to be running off on him a little bit. So the 1-1. Again, working from the windup, that breaking ball low, now 2-1.
And see, this is when, as a batter, you work ahead in the count, and I would make him throw a strike here, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're looking for something center cut if you are going to swing, but at the same time too, with him walking 3 straight batters, and you're now down 2-1, he swings, chopped it foul. That was over the middle of the plate.
Deuces are wild. Hopefully Matthew Will is listening. Marvin Gray used to be all about, the late Marvin Gray, all about deuces are wild.
Looks like Evansville's already got some action in the bullpen.
Is that Mr. Nightingale?
That would be, getting ready to find out.
Number
for
10.
you.
Is it Drake Nightingale?
It is Drake Nightingale.
Look at that. I know the roster.
It's almost like you announce him on PA every single night. 2-2 misses. It's now a full count again.
It's good to see Drake getting some opportunities. I know he's pitched some on the road, but he hasn't so often been pitching at Bosse Field, so be good to get a look at him.
3-2 once again, and that misses outside, ball 4.
Man, and they're right there. The problem for Bryce and the Otters is they're right there. They're just not there.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the thing is, too, it's one of those things where sometimes as a pitcher you don't have it that night.
And Preston said great analogy, and yeah, I mean, I'll take the fall on the sword, but it's just he's close. It's just not close enough.
I do have a question. They haven't added a score or a run to the minors score on the stream. Does that mean it's only no, they did. I was trying to make, does that mean that the run doesn't count?
No, they've
So this is batter number 11 in this inning. Kevin Rowland coming up. He singled in his first at-bat. He was the one that got everything started for Sussex County. Came around to score on the single by David Mayberry.
It's okay, though. Preston promised us a late-night steak dinner at Kavanaugh's after
Oh,
this
did he?
broadcast,
Did he
right?
really? I did not. I'm all for that, though.
Yeah.
What about steak dinner in the press box? Is that possible?
Yeah, but we don't have the wine
Preston
selection
shook
that
his head.
Kavanaugh's has.
Yeah, this is true. This is the 1-1, as this one is in the dirt. It's now 2-1.
Preston said Taco John's. As long as there's potato
Do you
olays,
want to know
I'm in.
what's funny? I've lived in Evansville for almost all my life, and I've never had Taco John's.
Taco John's, in my humble opinion, is better than Taco Bell because they have that
Well,
potato
I've heard
component.
it's actually like real tacos compared to what Taco
Yeah,
Bell
like the ground
is.
beef is a better grade.
I'm sure everyone that logged in for this game is just
But I
thrilled
hope
that we're
people
talking
try
about
on
tacos.
Tuesday, the Taco Tuesday, because the
I've heard the
tacos are new
tacos
and
here are
improved at the
good.
ballpark.
Ground ball left side. Diving stop by Davis. He'll go to second base. So 5-4 on the fielder's choice. And that ends the inning. So the Miners send 11 batters to the plate. They score 5 runs. And they had 4 hits in the inning. Drew 4 straight walks to extend their lead to 5-0. And that is the current score as we head to the top of the second. Evansville got some work to do here early in Sussex County. Welcome back in the Otters Digital Network Press box at Bossy Field, remote broadcast edition. Jordan Fisher alongside me, Zane Clodfelter. And Zane, while we were on commercial, they still showed the Washington Wild Things hosting the All-Star Game commercial during the break, which is understandable. It just came out of the All-Star break. But the Otters sent technically 5 to the All-Star Game this year. And it was a good trip for those guys.
It was. Unfortunately, one of those, well, actually, 2 of those All-Stars unable to actually make the trip, as Dakota Phillips is currently rehabbing, trying to get back. And then Parker Brahms was signed by the Cincinnati Reds. But then you had Logan Sawyer, Zach Biermann, and Austin Gossman as well. And it was good seeing those guys making the trip and having a fun All-Star Game experience in Washington, Pennsylvania.
Well, we are ready to get the top of the second going as the first pitch to Jeffrey Baez is a called strike in the knees, 0-1.
Otters had a strong contingent there, as in strong contingent. Our general manager, Travis Painter, made the trip, and I'm sure enjoyed himself.
I do believe Preston, too, as he's kind of like working with us up here in the press box on this remote broadcast, is the 0-1 misses low and away.
He's turning the knobs, twisting the levers.
Yeah, while also doing PA for the 16U baseball showcase and everything to do with the scoreboard. He does a lot of things. But I do believe you said Dakota made the trip, right? Okay, so he got recognized. He was there. It wasn't just a press release. He got recognized.
I'm glad Dakota was there.
1-1 ripped into left center field for Baez. That's down in the gap. We'll see if he gets a Deerhead double-decker double, as he is going to stay at first base, actually, so it will be just a single. But the second straight inning for the Otters getting a leadoff base hit. It feels like it was a century ago that Miles Gordon led the game off with a base hit, but a chance for Evansville to still get into it. You mentioned that this team has some power.
Yeah,
they're among the league leaders in home runs as a team.
And even if it's a big ballpark, I mean, Whitey Herzog, as manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, those teams that won 3 NL pennants in a World Series, they didn't hit home runs. They singled the living daylights out of their opponents.
So Jeffrey Baez will take his lead at first base, and now the DH, Steven Sinsley, digs in, the left-handed hitter. He got off to a slow start to begin the year, but then he really got hot there after the first few weeks of the season. He's really turned his season around from the first, I would say, 10, 15 games of the year where he was really struggling, just couldn't get things to go his way. And
yeah, kind of needed to get into, I guess, maybe a little bit of a rhythm, and finally when he kind of snapped into that, it's been a really solid season since.
Baez goes, pitches outside, and Baez safely steals second base.
And Jeffrey Baez, let me tell you, he's deceivingly quick. I mean, he's a big guy, but he's very, very fast, and I think that's a threat that Evansville can utilize, because a lot of times people won't expect him to run, but as you can see, when he does, he can make an impact.
Of course, Evansville just had a rough bottom of the first inning. They trail at 5-0, but this is an opportunity here where if you're Evansville, you just want to play the chip away game. You don't want to try to get it all back at once. A base hit here by Sinsley could score Baez, and all of a sudden it's 5-1, and then maybe you work Sinsley into scoring position, get him in. It could be 5-2.
And the important thing for Evansville is the first 2 innings the leadoff man has reached.
And now, all of a sudden, Mazzaro behind in the count, 3-0 to Steven Sinsley. I expect Sinsley to fully take this pitch with the way Mazzaro has been kind of wild in the zone this at-bat. And he does take it inside, but it's for a called strike. Sinsley thought it was off the plate. Be 3-1.
It was a get-me-over pitch if I've ever seen a get-me-over pitch, Big Red.
So Jeffrey Baez led off the inning with a single, then stole second base on the second pitch of this at-bat. He stands at second with Steven Sinsley in the batter's box. High socks for Steven Sinsley, as this one fouled straight back. Count is now full. I like the high socks look. I've always been a fan of it.
I have too, but I have a preference, and maybe it's an OCD thing, where if one person's going to wear the high socks, let's make it a collective effort and everybody wear the high socks.
Now, I will say I prefer stirrups. I think stirrups look better.
Okay.
They look cooler, especially with the stripes. But I'm fine with the solid blue socks that Steven Sinsley is rocking. But to your point, the Cardinals historically have rocked high sock Sunday, where you'll see the likes of Albert Pujols, who never wears high socks, wearing high socks.
Whose fancy voice is that over the Bossy Field PA? Oh, it's Preston Leinenbach on the other side of this wall, if you hear him in the background.
Yeah, I'm unsure if you can hear him in the background or not, but Preston is doing PA here tonight at Bossy Field.
Trying to Wally Pipp me.
The full count. Nope, never mind. He'll step off. Thought it was going to be the full count delivery, but a little look at Baez. No throw.
After all, that is how I got my PA job here at
This
Bosse
is true.
Field, as I was doing a high school game, and
You did Wally Pip somebody. And you've always been afraid of getting Wally Pipped yourself.
yeah, no, karma.
That's why Zane has never missed a game. No, I'm just kidding.
I have, but I haven't
You have
missed
missed
one
a
this
couple,
year.
but you don't miss them very often. It's got to be a pretty serious thing if you're missing it.
Yeah, Hoosier football game in September.
Oh, I was gonna say it. Didn't I was gonna say it. I was gonna be like you were just on assignment somewhere else. But I mean, if you want to go with
yeah.
just flat out say it. Who's your football? The 3-2 to Sinsley, low and inside, ball 4. So that puts runners on first and second at first and second base, I should say. A good at bat from Steven Sinsley, and that brings up Elijah Mcnamee.
Yeah, no. Elijah Mcnamee, Mississippi State product, and someone who has a pretty powerful bat and in clutch moments in his collegiate career and even his professional career in Evansville as well has provided, several dramatic moments.
They call him Big Hit Mac for a reason. I do believe, I can't remember the exact game, but I think he had a walk-off
Yeah, down
in the
to
College World Series.
to get to the College World
Yeah.
Series. Down to the final strike at Florida State.
Well, he
I'm
gets
pretty
a
sure.
chance here with runners on first and second against the right-handed Mazzaro, and the first pitch is a called strike at the knees, 0-1. This would be big if Mcnamee could hit one to the gap. Even if you only get second and third and you only get Baez in, then you really start to put pressure on Mazzaro after he's trying to have a shutdown inning after the Miners put up 5 in the bottom half of the first.
I know Mazzaro got the greatest gift from his offense, a 5-run lead, and he's trying to give it right back.
Normally you're just happy with a couple runs of run
Yeah.
support. Yeah, you get 5 in the bottom half of the first. You normally think you're cruising, but Evansville making it difficult here in the top of the second. It was a Baez single. He then stole second base. Sinsley then worked a walk after working the count full. And both runners on the move is a double steal. So forget the base hit to the gap to get him in scoring position. You have Sinsley and Baez at second and third with a 1-1 count.
Aggressive base running from Evansville, and it's good to see, and now that kind of takes away that double play opportunity. Not that we thought Elijah Mcnamee was going to ground into a double play, but it's good to reduce risk at
Absolutely.
any cost.
Because now a base hit could score 2.
Absolutely.
Sinsley doesn't have the greatest speed, but he has okay speed. Now, of course, unsure of how the arms are exactly for all the Miners outfielders, but something to pay attention to. As this one flown down the right side and fouled, be 1-2.
I'm
for
sure
Mcnamee.
Steven Sinsley would beat you in the 100-meter dash.
Oh, I guarantee he would. I'm not.
Wouldn't that be fun if we filmed that
No,
for
it
Otters
wouldn't be
TV?
fun. It would not be fun. Maybe if I was like 24 still and in shape.
I don't know. I still think you're beat. I mean, sometimes
probably.
run, and I would be
I'm
beat.
I'm not an independent league baseball player. The 1-2 to Mcnamee swung on and missed as he swung at the slider. A big strikeout there for Mazzaro, and that's the first out of the inning, and that brings up the shortstop George Khalil.
That is because, man, even if out was recorded, you wanted to sacrifice fly there or ground it to the right side of the infield and let that runner score from third.
That's really a huge strikeout for Mazzaro. Sets him up to try to get out of the inning with limiting the damage. But George Khalil does a pretty good job putting the bat on the ball. We'll see if he can drive in a run or two in this at-bat. As the first pitch to the Australian shortstop is low.
And played in one of the best, if not the best, conference to play Division I college baseball, being a product of the SEC. Playing some JUCO for a little bit and then heading to SEC country at South Carolina.
Now, I admittedly don't know the roster as well as you. Where did George Khalil play his college baseball?
South Carolina.
That is a pretty good school to go to then. The 1-0, low and away. It's now 2-0.
Talked to him on Otters TV, that interview coming out tomorrow.
You know all the most random facts to do with this game. And we'll get to one here in a little bit about the stadium. But it's quite impressive. It really is quite impressive.
I like to do some research.
The 2-0 is a called strike 2-1. But the best part is it's not even research just for this. Like, not for just doing just the remote broadcast. Like, you know the ins and outs of these players pretty well.
I mean, I do watch a ton of their games.
This is true. This is true. 2 on, 1 out for Khalil. The 2-1 count is grounded to the third baseman as he will just lob it over to first. It's a high throw and over the first baseman's head. Khalil takes the turn and goes for second. Sensley moves up. No, excuse me. Khalil made the turn, but he went back to first. So I'm unsure how that will be scored. I would assume an E5.
Yeah, it was a very bad throw. I mean, that was me trying to throw from third base.
But I don't think Evansville cares because Jeffrey Baez scores.
And good for George Khalil. I mean, yeah, he grounded out, but he put the ball in play and kind of forced Sussex County to make the play defensively,
You gotta
which
make the play.
they did not. So now runners at the corners, one out, and you have the potential here to make this a big inning of your own and get right back into it with the Otters trailing 5-1 here in the second.
So Sensley did reach third base on that grounder. And interesting that they're calling that run an unearned run. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be earned, as it's a called strike. The reason being, Baez was going to score regardless of what the throw result was at first base. So I don't think that should go as unearned. I'm keeping it as earned, even though the live stats say unearned.
That's the amazing thing about baseball. Everyone has their own perspective on it. And a lot of times one perspective is just flat out wrong.
Right, because there's nothing in the rule book of baseball that makes that an unearned run. Because Baez reached on a base hit. He stole second base.
Big Red Jordan Fisher is the
advanced to third
authoritarian.
He advanced to third on another stolen base.
When it comes to this great game's rule book.
Grounder up the middle for Justin Felix that gets into center field, as that will score Steven Sensley. Khalil moves up to second base. Runners on first and second with one out now.
No, good to Justin Felix, and we have seen Justin Felix in his time in Evansville since he joined the team last year really have power to center field, which is a great attribute to have.
See, now this one here with Sensley scoring, I'm fine with it being an unearned run because there's no guarantee he scores on that base hit up the middle. I'll be curious to see if that changes, though, if that changes in the live stats.
Otters are now 1 for 3 with runners on and less than 2 outs, and they have a chance to up that average here with still only 1 out and 2 are on.
The number 9 hitter, Andy Armstrong, coming up as he digs in, batting from the right-hand side. We've seen him drop down bunts quite a bit in situations similar to this. He's got good speed, but he looks to be looking to swing away as the first pitch was low for ball one. No sign of a bunt.
He's got the power, he's got the speed. You know what song that is, right?
I do not,
Oh, it's the, not that I'm a fan, it's the Go Cubs Go. So
Oh,
you were kind of
okay.
describing Andy Armstrong, remind me of that song and the
sorry.
lyrics.
I did not intentionally mean to bring up the Chicago Cubs on this broadcast.
Well, you did indirectly.
Well,
That's the lyrics.
All right, well, you know what? Going to go ahead and just erase that from my memory. I'm just kidding. The 1-0 would call it strike 1-1. Look, I like Cubs fans. I just don't like the Cubs. I'm a Cardinals fan. It is what it is.
I'm a Cardinals fan, but I have applied in the past for the Chicago
you-
Cubs Wrigley Field public
I
address
assume
announcer
you've
position.
been to Wrigley Field for
I
a
have.
baseball game. It's a
For
good
a weekend
environment.
series.
Yeah, it's a great environment. Went up there for a bachelor party a couple years ago. We all had bleacher seats. It was a lot of fun. I was the only Cardinals fan in that section. As the 1-1 gets away from the catcher, and looks like the runner's advanced.
See, if I go to a sporting event, I like to go all out. So I'm getting the Bossy Field equivalent of the premium VIP field box seats, where you get Sandra as your in-house server,
Okay.
which you can get here at the ballpark if you buy a VIP premium field box seat, which for select games they're available.
So after the wild pitch, it's a 2-1 count. Andy Armstrong up to bat, as it's now a called strike 2-2. Khalil advanced to third, and Felix advanced to second on the wild pitch. Otters have already scored 2 this inning. They're looking to score 2 more. And that would be huge. If Evansville could get a base hit right here from Andy Armstrong, score the 2 runs, get it to a 5-4 game after giving up 5, kind of not fully get Studeville off the hook, but you get him off the hook a little bit. But I will say once again, this has not been a Zane Clodfelter half inning. But Otters are scoring runs, so I think he'll take it.
To a degree. No, I'm kidding.
To a degree.
No, I'll take all the Otters runs I can get, even if we're here 7 hours.
I don't know if I can handle that. 2-2 swung on a miss, strike 3. The second out of the inning. Both of them strikeouts swinging for Mazzaro. Now we go back to the top of the order for the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game, Miles Gordon. He's singled in his first at-bat, laced it into right center field. A base hit here could score 2 more runs, but he's looking to just extend the inning to J.R. Davis.
Let's see if he can start Cycle Watch, hashtag Cycle Watch, by hitting a double here, and then he would be halfway to a natural cycle.
See, I would rather see a triple, then you really get Cycle Watch.
I don't know, but
then
then
the hardest to get, in my opinion.
But the natural cycle is so much
I
more.
agree. First, second, third home run. Is that what you're talking about? That's
yeah, the single, double, triple.
Yeah. So Mazzaro working from the windup. Pitch number 41 about to come home. It's a 1-0 count to Miles Gordon. 2 runners in scoring position for the Otters center fielder, and he takes the 1-0 for a called strike. It's 1-1.
And already 3 strikeouts for Mazzaro.
He had 2 this inning, and he had the one to get Biermann looking at the end of the first, where Biermann didn't quite agree with the call. The 1-1 to Gordon. Chopped to the right side. It's fielded by the second baseman, Little, as he throws it over to first base for the third out. And the Otters, they get 2 across on the board. An error kind of helped them get that result. But it's now 5-2 as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. Welcome back to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. Getting ready to go for the bottom half of the second inning as the Otters just scored 2 runs in the top half to make it 5-2. They had 2 hits, 1 error, 2 runners left on base. Leading things off for Sussex County will be the third baseman, Juan Silverio, as he singled in his first at-bat, came around to score the second run of the inning for Sussex County. And the first pitch to him is way up and in for ball 1. Remote broadcast edition here of Evansville Otters Baseball is myself, Jordan Fisher, along with me, Zane Clodfelter, as we are at Bossy Field in Evansville, Indiana, as the Otters are on the road in Augusta, New Jersey, at Skyland Stadium, taking on the Miners for the first time ever. As the 1-0 pitch is a called strike, it's now 1-1. And Zane, you had a fun fact about the Skyland Stadium. I think you mentioned it as a record, hold on, as that grounder to third base as J.R. Davis fields and throws. 5-3 on the putout for the first out of the inning. But you had a fun fact you gave me earlier before we got on the air.
Yeah, it used to be the home of the New Jersey Cardinals.
And what did you say? I already forgot what it was. It was something to do with Wasn't it a... can't remember. You said they hosted something other than just the Cardinals.
They also host New Jersey Institute of Technology Baseball. They've done that since recently, a couple of years.
Okay. See, you even know stuff about Sussex County. The first pitch to the next hitter is the DH. It's another grounder to Jared Davis as Mayberry is 1 pitch, 1 out.
How about this for information? Their circulation of their daily newspaper in town is 11,000, and on Sundays it's 17,000. So that's a pretty healthy newspaper.
And this is what I'm talking about, when you just have so much information stored in your brain.
Information I only care about.
It's quite impressive. It is quite impressive. So Webb Little, the man who recorded the final out in the top half of the second to end the Otters rally, he'll now dig in with 2 outs and nobody on. As Bryce Studeville comes home with the first pitch, it's a called strike 0-1. Seems like Studeville has settled down a little bit after that first inning. He's had now a first pitch strike in 2 of the first 3 at-bats. The 0-1, as this one misses low and in, now 1-1. Tried running the slider low and in. Just a little too far off the plate to get Little to chase. But I think this could be important for Studeville. If he can get out of this inning 1-2-3, not allow any runs, bounce back.
Keeps him in the game a little bit longer as well.
And it saves the Otters' bullpen a little bit as the 1-1 misses low. It's now 2-1. But just for the sheer confidence sake, it's tough to recover from a 5-run first inning. Especially when, judging by Studeville's body language, he felt like he was getting squeezed a little bit.
Right.
2-1 bounces in the dirt. It's now 3-1. Again, the Evansville Otters second in the standings in the Frontier League West as they trail the Washington Wild Things. Sussex County, they sit in third in the Frontier League East. This one bounced, ball 4. So right as I start to praise Bryce Studeville.
Yeah, that's what happened last inning, too.
Okay, well, you know what? Don't blame me.
Maybe we should say he's horrible and he'll throw a no-hitter the rest of the way.
I
right?
really feel like that's not something fair to say on the radio.
That we're jinxing?
Or on the internet.
Hey, we're wherever someone wants us to be.
This is true. Justin Washington now digging in, the Miners left fielder. He struck out swinging his first at-bat.
I'm where I want to be, Bossy Field, calling a game remotely.
First pitch, a called strike, 0-1. Yeah, when Preston texts us, was it Wednesday?
It's Tuesday, and I
Tuesday?
thought, man, Matthew will quit.
I was like, did Matthew not come back from visiting his family?
Kansas was too much fun.
Kansas was too good. We hope Matthew Will is feeling much better. As the 0-1 swung on a miss, runner going. And Felix hoses him at second base.
What a
great
throw.
tag from Armstrong, a fantastic throw from Justin Felix. And that's how we end the bottom half of the second inning. So Justin Washington will lead things off for the Miners when they come back up in the third. But we head to the top of the third as the Otters will be coming back up to bat. And it'll be Davis, Biermann, Baez due up for the Otters. They trail at 5-2 on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the third on the Otters Digital Network, as leading things off will be J.R. Davis. As it'll be Davis, Biermann, and Baez due up for Evansville. Davis in his first at-bat. We didn't get to actually see it because they were having technical difficulties during his at-bat.
Oh, that's right.
But he grinded into a 6-4-3 double play after.
But you said that didn't happen because we didn't see it.
Yeah, we just have to go by the live stats. That's what they told us happened. That's what we have to believe. So Mazzaro on the mound as the right-hander tried to have a better third inning than he had the second inning. He allowed 2 runs to score. One of those result of an error, as the first pitch swinging for Davis is fouled back at 0-1. Otters also left 2 runners stranded in that inning. Had a chance to make it a 5-4 ball game with just a single base hit. Unable to do so as Miles Gordon grounded out to end it. That's why we're at the 2-3-4 spot.
What a great spot to be at here in the third inning.
0-1 flown out to center field as giving chase is the center fielder Mikey Reynolds as he hauls it in for out number 1.
Notice some of the patches there of grass that might be struggling. I think the whole country is struggling with what seems to be a prolonged heat wave, but you said today weather in Augusta, New Jersey is
It showed 75 degrees.
pleasant. Yeah, 75 degrees, which Evansville currently in the midst of a excessive heat advisory.
I feel like we're always in the midst of an excessive heat advisory this summer. First pitch to Zach Biermann is lined down the right side, but foul. Biermann struck out looking his first at-bat. He'll look to get things going here in his second at-bat, as he was one of the hottest hitters for the Otters in the first half of the Frontier League season. He's batted all over the order, 2, 3, 4. I think he's batted low as 5. I don't recall him being lower than that, but he's been a good bat from the left-hand side for the Otters throughout the year. The 0-1 popped up to the left side and foul. It'd be 0-2.
He's a guy that can pull the baseball, that's for sure.
Well, and you look at the heart of the Otters order, the 3, 4, 5, 6 hitters all have the ability to just go on hot streaks. Biermann, Baez, Sinsley, and Mcnamee, there are a few lineups that rival that balance of power and contact, and speed for that matter, when you factor in Baez and Mcnamee. The 0-2 misses outside. It's now 1-2. Zach Biermann trying to get things started for Evansville here in the top half of the third inning. Otters trailing at 5-2 in Sussex County. This one flown out to right field as giving chase is the right fielder Rijo, and he hauls it in for out number 2.
Just got under it and created a can of corn there for the right fielder for Sussex County.
So that brings up Jeffrey Baez. He singled in his first at-bat, stole second, stole third, scored on the grounder. That ended up being an E5 in...
That's what you call a manufactured run. Can't get enough of that.
George Khalil at-bat. So Baez digs in with 2 out, nobody on. His first pitch low for ball 1.
And their pitcher, you know, not that I'm a big guy in watching pitch counts, but his next pitch will be pitch number 50, and we're only in the third. So the Otters have become a little bit more patient dealing with him.
1-0, misses low and in, and it's now 2-0. And I was just about to make that note, as he is nearing the 50-pitch mark. He just hit it on that last pitch, as you mentioned. But that's big, because if he can only go 4 or 5, you get a chance to get into that Sussex County bullpen a little bit earlier. A chance for Evansville to still get back in this game, as there's plenty of time. 2-0 misses. Oh, no, they called it a strike.
Did they call that a strike?
That's what they called it, a strike. Thought that was misses low away, but
do we
2-1.
Are we privy to the umpires for this evening or no?
I did not get that information. I can probably try to get it from the live stats. As the
Let me look at it.
2-1 is swung on a miss. It's now 2-2.
You focus on your duties, and I'll see if I can provide.
Well, here's the game information.
Yeah, it just has the day of the week and
Oh, well,
when it started.
would have hoped that would have more information than that, but that's okay, as the 2-2 fouled off
That's okay. I truly didn't want to know.
We don't really care. Now, so far, the Otters trailing at 5-2. They've struggled with really hitting with runners in scoring position so far.
Yeah, 1 for 6.
They've had some opportunities.
And then meanwhile, Sussex County 3 for 5, which
Is
outside of the
game.
bases loaded walks really is the difference in the game.
And that pitch misses off the plate. It's now 3-2. Yeah, trying to find out.
What are you looking for here on a 3-2 pitch, nobody on?
Well, I don't think he's going to come with the fastball to Jeffrey Baez. I just feel like that would be a foolish move, but maybe Mazzaro has confidence in his fastball, but he just missed with a breaking pitch off the plate. I would expect him to try to go back to that breaking pitch low and away.
As long as the breaking pitch is in the zone, because you don't want to give a free pass in this situation.
3-2 pitch is a breaking ball indeed, grounded to the shortstop and thrown over to first base in time. So the Otters go quietly in the top half of the third. 1-2-3 in the inning. And then we'll head to the bottom half of the third inning. Otters still trail 5-2 in Sussex County on the Otters Digital Network.
You're listening to the Otters Digital Network with Big Red Jordan Fisher and Zane Clodfelter. Now back to the broadcast booth.
Now, are you going to make your own sound effects from that, Zane?
Yeah, with some fireworks and cannons in the background.
Hey, that
Wouldn't that be good?
That was good. That
I
was
used
good production value with no production really other than just your voice.
I used to do the voiceovers when our radio broadcasts were over the air on WUEV, so I miss doing that. I'll do it right there.
I did those games back in 2016.
Yeah.
In the midst of an Otters championship season. Myself and Jevin Redmond. Co-play-by-play broadcaster that year for the internship. Let's stop reminiscing about 2016. Let's get back to 2022. Justin Washington back in the batter's boxes. He was up to bat to end the second inning as Webb Little was caught stealing 2-4 on the putout. First pitch to Washington is a fastball high and away for Studeville, ball one. And it's kind of amazing. We were just talking about how Mazzaro just reached 50 pitches. Even despite that crazy long first inning for Studeville, that was pitch number 59 that just came home. It's now 1-1. So not a big pitch count discrepancy.
Right, and I will say this game feels a lot deeper than just the bottom of the third, but if he can put a couple of more scoreless frames up here, that would be a big help to Max Peterson and that pitching staff here moving forward into the weekend.
It'd be a big boost for him, too, confidence-wise.
Right.
Shake off that first inning. You know your team is keeping you kind of in the game as far as they're creating opportunities. I know they went 3 up, 3 down the most recent half inning, but the Otters have shown some threatening situations. The winding and the firing of the 1-2 is a slider up in the zone, swung on and missed. Another German American Bank strikeout for Bryce Studeville. The second time he's gotten Justin Washington tonight. In fact, those are his only 2 German American Bank strikeouts. So the same guy.
So he's picking on him.
He is. He's picking on him. I'm sure Bryce Stewart will be like, can you just bat the other 8 times in the order too? So in comes the first baseman, Alex Torrell, batting from the left side.
And there is one Otters fan.
Line drive up the middle, fielded by Armstrong. Throw is a little off the line. Biermann with the tag as he saves Andy Armstrong from an error. A good play from Armstrong, though, to field that ball up the middle.
And a great tag applied, again, to save from the air. But I was going to say there is at least one Otters fan down the third base line, because in our camera angle on the monitor, anytime they're kind of looking at that right-handed batter from the first base side camera well. See?
Yep.
We're in an Evansville Otters.
I want to just say they're both Otters fans.
Yeah, he's wearing a neutral shirt, though.
There's a lady with an Evansville Otters shirt, and then I'm assuming her husband or boyfriend.
Or friend.
Or friend. Could be any.
Or brother. I mean,
it could be brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody.
College roommate.
Maybe they didn't look like they were in college, but I'll give you that.
No, I'm saying but maybe visiting. One of them lives in the area, and they're
this is possible.
catching a Frontier League
there
baseball
are at
game.
least 2 Otters fans at the game, and that's what matters. The 0-1 misses. It's now 1-1. I gotta think 2 Otters fans showing up in New Jersey is.
Yeah.
I count that as showing out pretty well. That's a long trip for an Otters game. 1-1 fouled back. It's now 1-2. Because I know, me personally, I don't like traveling more than a couple hours for a baseball game.
Same.
I don't go to St. Louis that often for Cardinals games, but when I do, I mean, it's a whole day trip because I'm not trying to make it.
I've been to 2 Cardinal games this year with Big Red Jordan Fisher.
I don't want to go back with you because I had a good record before we started going to games.
We always got our money's worth.
We did. You got a picture in the USA Today blocking me out of the photo?
And then Big Red took the worst picture possible of me meeting David Freese. It was not a good picture. He took when you take a picture of someone, how you always are supposed to take 7 or 8.
Called strike 3 that's going to end this conversation.
We'll bring it up in the next half
inning. I'm sure
inning.
we will. The next half inning, Zane Clodfelter will have play-by-play as we head to the top of the 4th. Good inning from Bryce Stewart, sitting him down 1-2-3. 2 German-American Bank strikeouts in the inning. He keeps it a 3-run difference, and the Otters are coming back up to bat momentarily on the Otters Digital Network.
Zane Clodfelter, Big Red Jordan Fisher with you, Otters Digital Network, our remote broadcast. The Otters are in Augusta, New Jersey, Skyland Stadium. Trailing as we go to the 4th, 5-2. Big Red and I are at headquarters, Bossy Field, 23 Don Mattingly Way in beautiful Evansville, bringing you this game remotely. Our pitcher, the starter, Vin Mazzaro, still getting his final warm-up tosses in.
In fact, interestingly enough, Zane, he's arguing with the home plate umpire about something. I'm not really sure what that argument was, but it was a pretty animated argument.
I think he thought he had more warm-up pitches.
So he's throwing the ball to the shortstop now.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, man, he's throwing a couple. So I'm actually surprised with him doing this with the shortstop that the home plate umpire or someone hasn't taken objection to that, because that is somewhat showing up the umpire. At least
it's also delaying the game.
It is.
Because if the umpire says we're ready to play. We're ready to play.
Steven Sinsley steps into that left-handed batter's box for Evansville, leading off the fourth inning, and the first pitch from Mazzaro is a called strike. But to finish our story, as we were interrupted by the break, I took 7 or 8 great pictures of Big Red meeting David Freese that he used on Instagram. He took one.
I used one photo, but in my defense,
he had a choice of 7. The next pitch on an 0-1 is in the dirt. The count evens at 1-1.
In my defense, we were in a very long line. There were a lot of people. I went before you. You were behind me. You're also taller than me, so you can take a photo over the top easier. But when I was getting out of line, by the time I was actually turned around to take a picture, you were already having your baseball signed by David Freese.
I expected you to be more prepared. The 1-1 pitch is outside, and good patience here by Steven Sinsley, trying to work the count in his favor and trying to get another leadoff batter on for Evansville.
The good news for you is next year we can go to another David Freese experience, and we can get another autograph.
And we'll learn our lesson.
And this time I'll let you go first.
And this pitch is a base hit for Steven Sinsley into right field. That was hit on a rope in between the first and second baseman on the right side of the infield.
So he's reached safely twice tonight, walked in his first at-bat, now singles through the right side. Steven Sinsley doing his usual things of working counts and getting on base.
Leadoff batters now 3 for 4 for Evansville so far this game. Only the third inning did the leadoff batter not reach for Evansville, and that will bring in Elijah Mcnamee.
No eye black on Big Hit Mac tonight. He's
No
been
eye
rocking
black,
the
you're
eye
right.
black off and on throughout the season.
Big, deep breath. And he steps into that right-handed batter's box. The 59th pitch from Mazzaro is a pop-up center field. And camping under it and making the catch is Mikey Reynolds for the first out in the frame.
Still a good swing from Mcnamee. Got a little bit underneath of it. Similar to J.R. Davis's flyout to begin the third inning. Didn't quite get all of it, but still hit the ball pretty well to center field. And again, I'm not sure of the dimensions of Skyland Stadium, but the outfield looks huge.
It does look pretty big, and I, of course, have never been to beautiful Augusta, New Jersey.
Let me see if I can find the dimensions of that.
As you look for that information, George Khalil, the shortstop, steps into the batter's box. Top of the fourth here. A throw over to first to check on the runner, that runner being Steven Sinsley, who reached on a leadoff single. There's a runner on in Sinsley. 1 out, and Khalil is batting.
So Skyland Stadium was built in 1994. It's actually kind of similar size to Bossy Field. 330 to left and right.
Another throw back to first.
Sinsley's back safe. And it's 392 to center field. So similar size outfield to Bossy Field. Not sure of the dimensions in the gap specifically, but it seems to be a relatively symmetrical stadium.
This ballpark with natural grass and dirt as well as that pitch, speaking of the dirt, creates a little bit of a dust storm as it scoots across the left-handed batter's box. It's 1-0. Count on George Khalil. Finished his collegiate career at the University of South Carolina and Columbia.
So you had mentioned
that next pitch appears to be inside, and a good eye there, and a tough pitch.
it was right there on the inside part of the plate.
Now, if George would have swung there, probably would have gotten it on near the end of the bat, and would have been a major pop-up.
So you'd mentioned Skyland Stadium, also the home of the New Jersey Institute of Technology Highlanders since 2019, along with Sussex County.
Another throw over to first.
They also host the Sussex County Farm and Horse Show and the New Jersey State Fair.
Sounds like a
every
riveting
August.
time. Man, that sounds like a riveting time.
You big State Fair guy?
I have been to the Indiana State Fair a handful of times. That next pitch, and somewhere that misses as the count now runs to 3-0, and a perfect hitter's count here for George Khalil. He basically, what do you want to do? Do you want to?
I would expect he would take in the situation, but I am also of the belief that if you think you're going to get a pitch to hit, just go ahead and swing at it.
And he's had the power in the past, and he does take a pitch, and It is a called strike. Our home plate umpire, whoever that may be,
Yeah, we never did get the umpire information.
must be a vocal umpire when it comes to assessing balls and strikes, as there was another pitch over to first to check on Mr. Sinsley,
He's already stolen one base tonight.
he has.
It was a part of a double steal. He's not really a threat to run normally.
Uniform here in the top of the fourth with the Otters trailing 5-2. A little dirty already. And we wait the pitch from Mazzaro to Mr. Khalil, and he fouls it down the right field line. Souvenir for the gathered crowd in Augusta, New Jersey. 75 degrees, Big Red said.
Sometimes in this situation with a full count, you would like the runner to maybe be on the run here, but I'm not so sure in this situation because the strike him out, throw him out, double play kills any sort of opportunity you have.
It's a 3-1 count, though.
Well, they just fouled it off. They didn't add that up yet.
That's right, and here could be a potential strike him out, throw him out as George Khalil does strike out, but Steven Sinsley is safe at second base.
So it worked out, but I was curious to see whether or not they would do that.
So there is now a runner in scoring position, and Justin Felix, who has already singled up the middle to center field earlier today, has an opportunity to drive in and run.
And he has good power, so with one swing of the bat, he can make this a one-run game.
Justin Felix is one of the few I have seen. I have been with the Evansville Otters as their public address announcer at Bosse Field since 2011. One of the few that I've actually seen wearing an Otters uniform to hit a straightaway home run to center field here at Bosse Field, which is saying something in terms of strength.
I do believe Jeffrey Baez, he didn't hit it straight away, but he hit it pretty close to straightaway earlier this year on his grand slam he had for his first home run of the year.
First pitch to Justin Felix is taken for a ball. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Mazzaro at 66 pitches, and the Miners of Sussex County leading 5-2. Miners scored 5 runs, 3 of them coming from bases loaded walks in the the bottom of the first, with the Otters then responding with 2 runs in the second. The 1-0 pitch, and Mazzaro steps off and again pays a lot of attention to Steven Sinsley, who's now at second base.
Back to your point about the straightaway home run, though, that Felix hit. That takes a special amount of power to hit it straight out here at Bosse Field because it's 400 to dead center, and the elevation isn't very high in Evansville, so the ball doesn't travel all that well.
1-0 pitch is taken in the dirt of the left-handed batter's box. It's 2-0.
In fact, you might know this specifically because, again, you just are loaded with Evansville information, but I think the elevation for Evansville is somewhere around 360 feet above sea level.
Yeah, do you know what parallel Evansville sits on, though?
I do not.
That can be our
Otters trivia?
Our non-baseball trivia segment of the game. I want to give an inning or two to let our listeners tuning in. I'm sure a lot in Evansville know as the 2-0 pitch is taken for a strike 2-1. Good fastball delivery there from Mazzaro. Sum up the inning. Sinsley led off with that single. Mcnamee flied out to center field, and then George Khalil struck out. As Sinsley stole second to get into scoring position, that's where he is right now. 2 outs, a 2-1 count. Mazzaro pitches, and a nice job of holding up from Justin Felix, and the count runs to 3-1. Otters being patient here. The next pitch from Mazzaro will be pitch number 70. And we are not through the 4th inning yet.
It's a good job of the Otters to really work the pitch count, get that pitch count up there, and really test him to try to get through 5 for the Miners.
Need to do some damage, though, here and get that leadoff runner to cross home as that pitch is taken for a strike. The Otters, I mentioned, are 3 for 4 with the leadoff man getting on, but they've only scored as of now in one of those innings.
Well, and to your point, their stats with a runner in scoring position are 1 for 5 tonight. They have no 2-out RBIs.
And
this could be a situation.
And 1 for 8 with runners on.
Mm-hmm. They've done a good job of getting runners on. They just haven't done a great job of getting them in.
3-2 count upcoming from Mazzaro to Justin Felix on its way, and it's taken low for a ball. That's ball 4.
And that's a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
That is a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar, Big Red, exactly. And now 71 pitches for Mazzaro. There's 2 on. And that'll bring in Andy Armstrong, the second baseman. So good news for Evansville either way here, Big Red. You have your 9-hole hitter coming up. If he is able to extend the inning, good news. You have the top of the order due up. And if he does get into an out here, the good news for Evansville is leading off the 5th, you have the top of the order due up.
I think you'd still like to see Armstrong come away with a base hit here and continue this inning just to try to get it to Miles Gordon, see if you can make some noise here in the top of the 4th as the first pitch is dropped in for strike 1.
Otters are 0-3 with 2 outs. So let's see if Andy Armstrong here with this 0-1 count can work some 2-out magic here.
Be a big spot for the number 9 hitter.
It would be, especially with a guy like Miles Gordon waiting on deck. The 0-1 pitch is way outside, and the catcher, Quiros, having to stretch to his right to keep that ball from going to the backstop and allowing the 2 runners at first and second to advance a bag both into scoring position. But as of now, runners at first and second. 2 outs. Otters trail 5-2 here in the 4th. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Great pitch there to get Andy Armstrong chasing, and now he falls behind in the count, 1-2.
Big pitch here coming up in this inning. I think for Armstrong, you have to look to be aggressive, but also be willing to protect outside.
The 1-2 pitch is taken, strike 3 called, and that's a tough pitch to take. So Evansville will strand 2 here in the top of the 4th. We head to the home half. Sussex County on top of Evansville, 5-2 on the Otters Digital Network. If you have a group of friends or coworkers who wish to come to Bosse Field and enjoy an Otters home game, contact the Otters front office to reserve a party deck on the Corona Extra patio deck. The Corona Extra patio deck is one of the best places to watch the game with an all-you-can-eat menu. And Big Red, did you know you get unlimited bottled water and soft drinks? And all you have to do is call 812-435-8686 or go to EvansvilleOtters.com.
What was the number 1 time for the people listening at home?
812-435-8686.
Book the Corona patio deck. Enjoy a group outing out there on the patio.
All you can eat menu. How many hamburgers would you eat?
Yeah, I'd probably stop myself at like 2 because then it's too much eating for me.
I don't know.
When I was younger, I'd eat as much as I possibly could. I would have taken advantage of the
to have good metabolism again.
Yeah, not so much at almost 30.
So we're in the bottom of the 4th inning, and leading off is the 9-hole batter and right, Nilo Rijo.
Drew a walk in his first at-bat. Brought in a run with the bases loaded.
The Otters currently looking up at the scoreboard 5-2. Sussex County with that 5-run first, and the first pitch from Bryce Tudeville is taken for a called strike. Studeville now at 69 pitches.
Nice.
And he has settled down since that
He really has.
5-run first.
He's settled in very well. He still had a little bit of issues with command at times, but for the most part, I think you have to be happy how he's pitched the second and third innings specifically.
Next pitch from Studeville is taken outside for a ball. It's 1-1. The next pitch is taken for a strike. Painted that on the outside corner.
So one thing I've noticed, Zane, and I think you've probably noticed it too, is this home plate umpire seems to be favoring the outside part of the plate more so than the inside part of the plate.
But not the lower part.
No, not the lower part, but the inside half has been harder to get the called strike, whereas the outside, it seems like there's a little bit of room extra off the plate.
Count is even now. That pitch is in the dirt, 2-2.
I think that's something to watch here as the game progresses, as both sides learn the strike zone as this game goes on, and I wonder if pitchers will continue to pitch outside.
The 2-2 and a thought of potentially swinging there, holding back, and he takes it for a ball 3-2. And plus, they're going to become more familiar with with each other. The more at-bats and opportunities they get against the respective starters. The 3-2 payoff pitch is taken inside for a ball, and the leadoff man, Nilo Rijo, reaches for Sussex County here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And you don't want to walk the leadoff man, Jordan, because that's just asking the Miners to potentially have another big inning.
So this is actually the first time that Sussex County has gotten their leadoff man on to begin this ballgame. The first inning, it was a line out. The second inning, it was a ground out. In the third inning, it was a strikeout swinging. So something that Sussex County has yet to do as it now turns it over to the top of the order. And this is, of course, another big spot for Bryce Studeville to see if he can get out of it.
Double play would be nice, and a quick throw over as Studeville throws to Zach Biermann, who keeping a watchful eye on that runner. That's Nilo Rijo, wears uniform number 4.
Of course, pitcher's best friend, the double play.
Absolutely, and I'll take a double play anyway. 5-4-3 around the horn. How about a 6-4-3, 4-6-3? We could incorporate Bryce Studeville in the mix, so 1-4-3.
You could even do a line out 3U.
Yeah, let's do that. That next pitch is fouled by Mikey Reynolds, the center fielder. Back to the top of the order here for Sussex County. Last year in the Frontier League, there were 2 teams with the Miners moniker. But now this year, 2022, just one remains as the Southern Illinois Miners, no longer in existence. The Sussex County Miners, alive and well in 2022. And Bryce is signaling to Justin Felix, and I think they are going to discuss signs. And that's, I've had a couple people, Big Red, ask why the umpires walk out and kind of listen, and then occasionally will look back towards home plate and towards the press box and signal safe. That is because there are mound visit limitations.
And of course, this was just changing the sign so it doesn't count as an actual mound visit. But that is something we learned earlier this year.
That
so
is.
We've had a couple of the Otters pitchers up in the press box working on the new, I forget exactly what it's called, the stat program.
I call it the analytics department.
Yes, that's a fancy way to put it. But I can't remember what the name of the actual program is.
Helps
It starts
determine
with an A.
spin rate. Studeville throws back over to first, and our count 0-1.
Acrotech. There we go.
Acrotech, yes.
I just like to call it StatCast because I just want to feel fancy.
What is it, Preston?
Yakrotech? Oh.
Yeah, so it's
I
Yakrotech.
thought it was Acrotech.
Pitch gets away from Justin Felix, and the runner heads down to second base. Again, that's Rijo. Ball is in the dirt. Count is even at 1-1 here for the leadoff man, Mikey Reynolds, occupying center field for Sussex County.
He's 0 for 1 tonight. Walked in his last at-bat, which brought in a run. He batted twice in the top of the first. A line out to begin the game, and then had that RBI walk. then was the final out of the inning on a fielder's choice.
Kind of sums up that troublesome inning for the Evansville Otters, and this is a ground ball to third base. Looking the runner back is J.R. Davis and throwing on to Biermann for the first out in the inning. So a really good job there defensively for Evansville and for J.R. Davis to protect third base and keep that runner there at second while having a solid throw just in time to grab the runner.
Davis has been busy tonight at third base, too. That's his third assist on a ground out.
So that first out of the inning is a big one with the runner still at second base and not a sacrifice fly opportunity. Again, the Otters are within shouting distance, trailed 5-0 after the first inning. Got 2 runs back, and this is a ground ball hit to shortstop, and a nice play there made, and the shortstop for Evansville, George Khalil, instead of throwing over to first, seeing that the runner Rijo was trying to get to third, quickly threw to J.R. Davis, and Davis able to apply the tag as Rijo was scrambling back trying to get to second base.
Yeah, just kind of got caught in no man's land, Rijo did. He thought the ball, I think, was going to get through the infield, and it did not. George Khalil with good range to his right. Just kind of flicked it over to J.R. Davis, got him a little bit of rundown, and no throw needed from Davis as he tagged him, tracking him down.
And great defense because now you have 2 outs, and instead of a runner being at second base, now that runner is at first base, so out of scoring territory for
Still
a
have
single.
some work to do because you have 3, 4, 5 due up with 2 outs, but definite opportunity.
And here's a ground ball, and this is a base hit.
That ball hit hard to the left side of the infield by Silverio, the new addition for the Miners today.
Juan Silverio. After Roland reached on that fielder's choice.
He's now 2 for 3. He's singled back in the first, had a ground out in the second, and now singles here in the fourth. All of his hits, I think, have been to left field.
Brings in David Mayberry, 1 for 2 today with an RBI.
And he's been aggressive on the first pitch in every at-bat as he swung at each of the first 2 pitches. His first at-bat, he swung and missed. The second one, he had a ground out in the second inning.
He's a designated hitter for a reason. He has a pop to his bat. And the first pitch from Studeville is taken for a strike.
Of course, right as I say that, he watches it.
6 walks so far for Bryce this game, 3 strikeouts.
Important to note that 4 of those 6 walks came in the first inning, and it was actually 4 consecutive walks.
Next pitch is in the dirt. The count even 1-1. 81 pitches for Bryce Studeville. The pride of Spencer County, Indiana, Rockport. Played for Brian Keister at South Spencer. Won a state championship there.
Of course, you mentioned earlier, went on to play in college baseball at USI in Evansville.
Made the JUCO stop first, though, down south before coming back to God's country in southern Indiana. The next pitch is line to first, and a great play there by Zach Biermann. That was scorched off of the bat of Mayberry, but have no fear, Zach Biermann was there. So the Otters will go to the 5th, trailing 5-2 on the Otters Digital Network. Otters Digital Network coverage of Evansville Otters baseball rolls on here. Top of the fifth is the top of the order to you. For Evansville, the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game. It's Miles Gordon leading off in center field. And the starting pitcher, Vin Mazzaro, is still out on the mound for Sussex County. And this inning we're going to somewhat chat about our upcoming promotional schedule that we have the next week. The first pitch taken for a strike. Starting next Tuesday, 6 games in 6 days. A Taco Tuesday. Discounted Modelo and Coronas. Wednesday, a Senior Connection Wednesday with a sound. And Community One's Love Your Neighborhood. And that next pitch is taken for a ball, 1-1 the count evens. And discounted senior GA tickets on Wednesday as well. If you're 55 and older, just $2. Edward Jones and Working Distributors at the ballpark on Thursday. And Miles Gordon skies this left side in foul territory, and stepping backwards, making the catch is Juan Silverio for the first out in the inning. And then a new series a week from tonight, and that's Gil Hodges' night, and that's going to be fun, Big Red. A mini bust giveaway.
Unfortunately, I will not be here for that.
Oh, you're going to miss out on one of the better promotions of the year as J.R. Davis steps into the batter's box. Our friends from Harris Real Estate and Randy's Americana Cafe sponsoring that mini bus giveaway for Gil Hodges, who grew up just north of Evansville and is being enshrined in Cooperstown this weekend. That pitch to J.R. Davis from Mazzaro is taken for a strike, and a couple of other things to get to include Old National Bank and Christmas in July with Santa Claus Club on July 30th, and a Dog Days of Summer to close out the month of July, which has been a very busy month for those here at Bosse Field. 1-1 count to J.R. Davis. Because in addition to Otters baseball, some of us had to work the USSSA Pride softball series. They had 3 games this year while the Otters were on the road in Schaumburg last week.
And currently, Preston is public address announcing for the 16U travel baseball game here at Bosse Field tonight.
Chopper up the middle and a base hit for J.R. Davis as he finds a way to get on, and there's now a runner at first base on that base hit from Mr. Davis. Doing a great job defensively at third so far today, and now adding a base hit to his offensive tally.
His first hit of the night, now 1 for 3 on the evening for Mr. Davis. And now you get to the real meat of the order for the Otters with Zach Biermann coming up to the plate. Again, one swing of the bat can completely change the complexion of this game. So far, the Otters have done a good job of getting runners on. They've been getting them over, but they can't get them in.
Biermann looking for his first hit of the game.
I'd like to see Biermann get it going, maybe get a base hit, have runners in the corners for Jeffrey Baez coming up. One swing of the bat could tie it kind of thing.
Mazzaro throws over to first base, reminding J.R. Davis that, hey, I know you're over there, after reaching on that one-out base hit. Otters trail here in the 5th inning, 5-2. 5 runs for the Miners in the first. 2 runs for the Otters to counter in the second as that pitch misses. 1-0.
Really, with the way this game started, as you mentioned, Sussex County scoring 5 in the first and Evansville answering back with 2, I thought we were set up for a back-and-forth affair. And it's been relatively quiet since then. Nobody's scored. There have been some runners in scoring position that both teams have left stranded, or they've left runners on base, or they've had mistakes like in the last half inning with Rijo getting caught at third base trying to advance from second to third on a grounder to shortstop. But both sides have had opportunities, but it's been quiet so far.
Mazzaro now for the second time.
He's really concerned about J.R. Davis over first base.
You haven't missed anything, folks. It's still a 1-0 count here in the 5th inning.
If he picks off again, I'll go through the Frontier League scoreboard.
Yes, because we have yet to do that. Our WYFX 106.7 Frontier League scoreboard. And the monitor did not show me that pitch from Mazzaro, but
I think it was a ball.
It was a ball. Look at that. Big Red, Jordan Fisher guessing correctly. It's 2-0. And now if you're the Otters and you're Zach Biermann, okay, you can maybe get a little aggressive here. A 2-0 count. You have a runner And J.R. Davis getting a decent lead off of first base. Let's see if Mazzaro throws. No, he'll throw home. And this is lined into right center field, and J.R. Davis is on his horse. And he is going to score. Meanwhile, Zach Biermann is trying to leg out a triple. He will do just that. An RBI triple for Zach Biermann, and the Otters have pulled within 2 runs here in the 5th. It's 5-3.
A very big at-bat there from Zach Biermann. And again, the size of the outfield showing off there as that ball was hit to the gap, rolled all the way to the wall. Biermann, not the fastest guy in the world on the team. He's got a little bit of speed, but legs out. The triple.
Yeah, in honor of Ryan Brown, of course. That was one of his signature calls in 2021, broadcasting games on Odeon for the Otters.
Haven't talked to Ryan since last year, but I hope he's doing well. I don't know if he still tunes into Otters games or not.
Messaged him on a couple of social media platforms, and I've heard from him on occasion. Still wearing the Otters polo, which is good to see in his adventures in New England. And now that will bring in Jeffrey Baez as he watches a pitch. Missed the zone. 1-0.
Realistically here, if you're Baez, you're just trying to lift the ball in the air or hit it to the right side on the ground.
Yeah, sacrifice fly would do wonders for Evansville, but Baez is the potential tying run here in the 5th as that pitch again misses outside the zone.
He's got power that travels. It doesn't matter what ballpark he's playing in, he has the ability to hit it out.
2-0, Baez 1 for 2 so far this evening in Augusta, New Jersey. And the 2-0 pitch is again outside, and they're wearing out these baseballs here. They keep getting scuffed in the dirt.
88 pitches now for Mazzaro, and they are going to intentionally walk Baez as it got to a 3-0 count. I don't think that's the worst decision for the Miners, because now you set up the double play with Steven Sinsley coming up to bat. But also, Sinsley has pretty good power. One swing, Otters could have the lead.
And they were clearly pitching around him, Big Red, because, again, those pitches,
they were not competitive.
They weren't, and they were in the same spot in the lower corner left-handed batter's box for Baez, who was batting as a righty. And now discussion here between catcher and pitcher.
Now,
so
this looks like an actual mound visit, too. It looks like the pitching coach is going to come out. So do you want me to run through the Frontier League scoreboard?
Let's check out that Frontier League scoreboard, Big Red.
So
What
right
do you have?
now in the bottom of the 8th, the Lake Erie Crushers trail at 3-1 at Ottawa. So that is a game that has implications here for the east side of the division. The Florence Yawls leading at New York in the top of the 5th, 2-1. The Yawls in last place of the West Division. New York is down the middle of the pack of the East. The Gateway Grizzlies on the road at Tri-City. They trail at 7-2 in the bottom of the 4th. Scoreless in the top of the 1st at New Jersey Jackals as the Windy City Thunderbolts are visiting the Jackals. Schaumburg leads at Quebec 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Our good friend Tim Calderwood up there with the Boomers. It's 5-3 here at Sussex County. And then 2 more scores, all even, top of the 5th, 3-3. Troy Riviere hosting the Washington Wild Things. And the Joliet Slammers leading at home 4-0 in the bottom of the 4th over the Empire State Grays.
Thank you so much, Big Red.
And I
And
would like to point out, too, new change. It's not the YFX scoreboard anymore. It's the WMVI scoreboard, 106.7.
I thought we were, as the first pitch to Steven Sinsley is in the dirt, I thought we were doing this through the end of the week, and it started next Monday.
Oh, is that how that works?
I thought that's...
I don't know. I just know this.
we didn't cover this, folks, in our production meeting earlier today.
The station sale was official on Monday. I'm pretty positive.
Oh, well.
But that's okay.
We're just living the dream.
You'll be able to hear me.
What do you think they talked about, though, with this as the next pitch, a 1-0, misses outside, now 2-0?
Keep the ball low in the zone and try to get a ground ball.
Make him earn it, right? Because now Steven Sinsley here as the potential go-ahead run in the 5th, that tying run over there in Jeffrey Baez at first base. And the pitch count is working up towards 100. This will be pitch number 92 from Ben Mazzaro. It's on its way. And a check swing, and that is taken for a ball. It's 3-0.
3-0 again. So now this is a big situation here.
Green light here?
I would go green light. Do I think Steven Sinsley will swing green light? Probably not.
I would make him throw a strike before I swung a pitch.
See, but he's at a point where I think you have to throw a strike. That's where I am on the green light side. I understand the risk, though, behind it.
So you want to manage. Well, here we go, the 3-0 pitch, and he is swinging, and this is popped up foul, and it's out of play behind home plate.
The thing that does, though, it was nothing hurt because it was fouled out straight behind home plate. That tells the pitcher, I'm going to be aggressive. So now you're looking at Mazzaro probably trying to nibble at the corners again. And now it's on Sinsley to not chase out of the zone, but be ready to crush a pitch if it is a mistake pitch over the middle of the plate.
Another throw over. I think Mazzaro, if we would be counting his throws over to first base, would have about 135 pitches instead
Yes.
of the 93 that he's registered at.
And you know, it's funny because I've heard this conversation before. I've always thought you should kind of calculate those in as well because they're still throws. You're not throwing pitches. You're not throwing bullets, but they're still throws. It's action with the arm. And when you're up at a 93 pitch count in the top of the fifth, those add up.
The 3-1 pitch, runners going, and it's fouled down the third base line, and so Jeffrey Baez will retreat back to first base. The runners are at the corners.
I would expect Baez to be off on this pitch again, being that now it's 3-2. They were trying to get a hit and run going, but now you have a situation where you're trying to avoid the double play.
And that is key. Runners at the corners for Evansville. Trailing 5-3 here in the fifth. It's a 3-2 count to Steven Sinsley. Still waiting for Mazzaro to deliver. He finally does. The pitch, and this is hit. Up the middle, it's a base hit. Otters still with runners at the corner and an RBI single for Steven Sinsley. And we have an injured player. It's the shortstop for Sussex County, Kevin Rowland. He looked like jarred his lower body because he misread the ball and where it was going off of the bat, and then last second tried to overcorrect and overconfiscate. And the baseball had already sailed past him going into center field, and so now the athletic trainer for Sussex County.
He looks like he might be looking at his shoulder a little bit. Another replay here. Yeah, he was moving towards second base because Baez was on the run. He might have hyperextended his shoulder a little bit.
He landed awkwardly on it, and this is not a field turf that might have a little more give and be a little more soft. This is like Bossy Field, natural dirt and grass at Skyland Stadium.
So the big thing there, Zane, is, of course, now your shortstop's banged up if you're Sussex County, but Sinsley coming through with a very big hit. Now he's holding his hamstring a little bit. But Sinsley coming through with a very big hit.
It reminds me of that one childhood game, the surgeon game, where you have all the injuries.
Operation?
Operation. Yeah, that's what it...
But what I was going to say is now you have runners in the corners again. It's the same exact scenario. Elijah Mcnamee's coming to plate. But because Baez is on the run, now he's on third base. He is a fly ball away from tying this game. Potentially.
No. Just still one out here. Runners at the corners. The Otters have pulled within a run. It's 5-4 after they trailed 5-0
I got a feeling, too, Otterville might want you to call the rest of this game just based on the way things have kind of taken off since you've taken over.
How about the odds here? Am I the good luck charm finally?
You might be. Not for Cardinals baseball, not when me and you go, but yes. So another mound visit.
Another discussion here on the mound, and I'm pretty sure it's the second mound visit, so
he's going to have
done.
to come out. Yeah. 95 pitches. His day is over.
So the Otters finally get to Ven Mazzaro here, top of the fifth. There's a runner. There's two runners on. They're at the corners, one out. We'll tell you who the new pitcher is for the Miners after this break on the Otters Digital Network. The new pitcher for Sussex County, it's Connor Dan, wears uniform number 20, 6'3", 200 pounds, out of San Clemente, California. His last club, he played for the Boise Hawks, and the runner and Jeffrey Baez at third base, and then the runner at first base, and Steven Sinsley. Those the responsibility of our starter, Vin Mazzaro. What was the line, Big Red, on?
So right now his line, of course, the two runners he's still responsible for, so
Right.
if they both score, they will be charged to him. 4 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of those being earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, 23 batters faced. Overall, 95 pitches. He threw 54 strikes. ERA of 6.23.
And it has to be disappointing for Vin Mazzaro. You're spotted a 5-run lead after the first inning, and he leaves 2 outs shy of being the pitcher of winning record.
Yep, because he cannot be the pitcher of record because he did not get through 5. But Connor Dan, to run through his stats real quick, a 3.86 ERA, making appearance number 13 on the year. He has 8 starts, so this will be his fourth appearance out of the bullpen. 44 1/3 innings, giving up 51 hits, 19 earned runs, 42 strikeouts to 18 walks.
So obviously he presents a new challenge here for the Evansville Otters, and a new pitcher they'll have to adjust to in terms of mechanics and style. And let's see how Elijah Mcnamee can do with runners at the corners, 1 out, and the Otters trailing 5-4, and the first pitch is taken for a called strike on that outside corner.
And I'm really curious how the Otters' approach is. So they were very patient against Mazzaro. Do they keep the same approach against the Miners bullpen, or do they try to get more aggressive and jump on them to maybe spark a little bit of a rally here for the Evansville Otters?
The 0-1 count, runners at the corners, and that's taken for a strike. So
Mcnamee looks to be being patient.
yeah, Connor Dan is not messing around and working ahead in this count, 0-2.
2 straight fastballs away to the right-handed hitting Mcnamee.
Maybe deliver something off speed here.
I would think a slider probably low and away.
The 0-2 count from Dan to Mcnamee on its way, and Elijah is swinging, and that's foul down the right field line into the, I would say, third row of seats.
I'll say Dan might have got away with one there. That slider got away from him, elevated up in the strike zone. Mcnamee was a little bit late on it, fouled it off down the right side of the line, but you know that you don't want to elevate a pitch like that in a situation like this if you're Connor Dan coming in the ball game.
The 0-2 pitch, runners at the corner, and it's in the dirt, and the pitcher, Connor Dan, has an awkward landing as he followed through with that pitch, and I don't know if the landing spot on the mound.
It looked like his plant foot slipped out from underneath of him, and so that's part of why he spiked the ball as he cleans off his spikes behind the pitcher's mound.
And it's important to throw the pitch too, because if you don't, then you probably get called for a balk.
And
yes.
a run scores.
But sometimes you have to sacrifice your ankle for a technicality in the game. The 1-2 pitch, and Mcnamee fists it, and it's taken by the first baseman, who catches it literally 3 inches from the bag, does Alex Torrell.
And you know, he could have really pulled off a little bit of a high IQ play there. Let that ball drop, tag Sinsley and tag the bag, because I don't know how far out Mcnamee got out of the out of the batter's box.
Would they have called that an infield fly?
No, because it's first and third. It has to be the first and second, or first, second, and third.
That's right. That'll bring in George Khalil. Now 2 down, runners still at the corners.
By the way, the pitching change brought to you by Business Communication Solutions.
Yes, and there's a new battery brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East, with Dan now on the mound and Karos behind the plate. 2319 North Greenville Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Tell them Zane from the Otters sent you, as Khalil awaits the 1-0 pitch, and this is fouled 1-1 into another party area down the right field line, just shy of the Sussex County bullpen, and a bunch of kiddos.
Fan there wearing a Clemente jersey. Roberto Clemente jersey, a shirt jersey. I like that. Love seeing classic ball players like that, especially generational talents that were pioneers for the game. Roberto Clemente, of course, a longtime Pirate.
Khalil looking for his first hit in tonight's contest, and the pitch is swung on and missed. It's now 1-2. So again, that runner and Jeffrey Baez, so tedious out there at third base. Steven Sinsley occupying first. Otters trying to keep this 2-run inning going. Sussex County scored 5 times in the first. Evansville with 2 in the second. And now 2 here in the fifth. Still batting. The 1-2 pitch on its way, and it hits him. Hits George Khalil. And so that is, I'm sure, the last thing that Connor Dan wanted to do.
And now that brings up Justin Felix, who's had himself a pretty good night at the plate. A single up the middle earlier on a hard grounder, and he also drew a walk in his last at-bat.
Bases are loaded, 2 outs. That go-ahead run potentially now in scoring position at second base.
I will also point this out. I can't tell exactly how far back the backstop is behind home plate, but I would not be the least bit surprised, even with the bases loaded, but because there's 2 outs and you have a chance to tie the game, if there's a wild pitch, I think there's a real chance Jeffrey Baez tries to make it home.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you don't want to run yourself out of the inning, especially when you have something like the bases loaded, because one swing can really open this up. But at the same time, too, if you have an opportunity to tie that game on one pitch, then I think you try to do it.
Justin Felix already has 1 RBI on the day. Will he have a second? And the first one is fouled back. It's 0-1 to the Otters' right-handed catcher. Evansville at 34-23, entered tonight 2 games back of the Washington Wild Things in the West Division of the Frontier League. That on the heels pre-All-Star break, the Otters falling 2 out of 3 times in Evansville to Washington's. So trying to make up some lost ground from the end of that first half leading into the All-Star break. Connor Dan is really looking in at length for a sign, has the one he wants, and now he fires the 0-1 pitch, and it just misses for a ball, 1-1. The umpire thought a little bit about that.
It was pretty close, and the catcher Kiro's trying to frame it up a little bit, but I think he had a little bit too much of that jerky motion of bringing his wrist in, and I think the umpire just didn't buy it. But it was close to what he's been calling a strike all night.
We are not halfway through the game, and already at over 2 hours in this contest, as that is taken for a ball.
Well, we've had a lot of
2-1
long at-bats.
We have.
A lot of runners on base. There have already been 9 runs scored. There's been a number of hits. I don't know exactly what that tally is. I can find that out real quick, as it's been 12 hits combined between the 2 teams so far. So there's been a lot of action, which explains why the game has kind of been dragging along.
2-1 count, top of the 5th. Otters trail 5-4. Bases are loaded, and that pitch is taken low for a ball, 3-1. Gordon popped up to third to start, then J.R. Davis singled. Zach Biermann then with an RBI triple. Baez intentionally walked, and then Steven Sinsley singled to center field with an RBI. Scored Biermann. That's when Dan came on, and then Elijah Mcnamee popped up on the infield before Khalil was hit by a pitch, which advanced Sinsley to second, and that's where we are right now. A 3-1 count, and Dan is looking for a strike. Here's the pitch, and it's upstairs for a bases-loaded walk, and Justin Felix has tied the game at 5.
Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
That's what we like to see.
An RBI also goes to Felix, his second walk of the night. And Baez, who's had himself a good night, gets some high fives from his teammates in the dugout, as this game is now tied. And
Bryce Studeville off the hook.
Bryce Studeville is off the hook, and in fact, if he pitches the bottom half of the inning,
they take the lead. Yeah,
they take the lead. He could be in line for the win. But there's still a lot of ways to go. They still need a base hit here or another walker hit by pitch from Andy Armstrong.
Andy Armstrong here, and either way, the Otters are going to lead off, unless I guess there's a pickoff on the base paths. Otters led off with the top of the order here in this 5th inning, and they have the potential here to, if Armstrong doesn't reach, do the same in the 6th. The problem for Sussex County, though, is Connor Dand is having issues finding the strike zone now as the first pitch to Andy Armstrong is taken upstairs for a ball.
Also, that run that Baez scored goes against the starter, Mazzaro. So that's another earned run to his total. Sinsley still he's responsible for as well at third base.
The 1-0 count is taken upstairs again, 2-0. And what we saw kind of earlier with Bryce Judeval, we're seeing now with Connor Dand, where if you're not going to be really consistent in the strike zone, the umpire, most cases, will not bail you out, and he's not bailing out Connor Dand.
Well, and here's the thing, too, and I don't know the exact number that the teams are limited to on mound visits, but they have yet to go out and talk to him because they've already used 2 mound visits this inning on the previous pitcher, Mazzaro. You don't want to burn through all your mound visits in 1 inning.
Next pitch is fouled off 2-1, but I feel like pitchers changes, it doesn't count towards the total. Am I mistaken?
Well, there's still a total for the whole game, I think.
Right, so I thought only they would have utilized 1.
Well, they still had 2 mound visits in this inning. They had the one to go talk to him, Mazzaro, and then they had the one to change.
I think the one if you change doesn't count.
It doesn't count? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, then I'm surprised they haven't gone out there to talk to him.
I could be mistaken, and someone I'm sure listening can correct me as the ball gets away, and the Otters are going to take the lead. Is that a wild pitch or a pass ball?
I would call it a wild pitch.
We'll call it a wild pitch, and so the wild pitch will give Evansville a 6-5 lead, as scoring from third base is Steven Sinsley. And so what an answer by Evansville, falling behind by 5 runs early in this contest, and here still batting in the 5th inning, now leading 6-5. 6 unanswered runs, 2 runs in the 2nd, and now 4 runs here in the 5th. And Connor Dand has thrown 17 pitches, and he has struggled a little bit here with control.
It looks like Sussex County has an arm up in the bullpen. It would be number 10, Cody Witten, a lefty from Forest, Virginia, out of University of Dayton, is the 2-1, or 3-1, excuse me, high for ball 4.
And so now the bases are reloaded there on that.
That's
a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
I expect you to be better about this because you're the one that does the reads every single game at Bosse Field.
Yeah, but you're doing color analysis. You have to do something, right?
This is true. I guess, yeah, give me some sort of task.
Connor Dand has struggled. He's only gotten 1 out so far, issuing the 2 walks.
This is a dangerous hitter.
This is a really dangerous hitter. And Miles Gordon, the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game. This is back to the top of the order, so man, what a statement this would be if Miles Gordon could somehow find a way to reach base.
That was a good pitch to swing at.
First pitch is a strike, 0-1.
He looked at it, but I don't blame him for taking there straight out after the way the pitcher Dand has had some issues with control, but that fastball grooved down the middle for Miles Gordon.
Gordon 1 for 3 tonight. It's an 0-1 count. The Otters now leading 6-5 here in the 5th. 2 outs, bases are loaded, and that pitch is outside of the zone, around letter high, but just missing.
You know what would be fantastic right about now? A little bit of McMahon extermination.
Yeah, that would be great.
For a grand salami. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
The 1-1 pitch. Top of the 5th from Dand on its way, and that's fouled. 1-2. And
Gordon's swinging like he wants to do.
He is. I'm pretty sure Miles Gordon had a beat on what that pitch was. Just the timing, just a hair off.
Yeah, he was just a little bit behind it, a little bit underneath of it too as he fouled it pretty well straight back. But a good hack there from Miles Gordon. He's showing he's being aggressive now as it's a 1-2 count. We'll see if he can come through with a base hit.
Big pitch in this game is Connor Dand. Fires a 1-2 delivery with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and a swing and a miss as Miles Gordon strands the bases loaded. But the good news is Evansville with 4 runs here in the 5th. The Otters now have a 6-5 lead on the Otters Digital Network. Here on the Otters Digital Network, going to the bottom half of the fifth. It's our center point halfway mark of the game. And Big Red, we're going to put the final book and close it on Mr. Vin Mazzaro.
Yeah, we can close the book on Vin Mazzaro. He finishes at 4 1/3. Allowed 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 of those being earned. He struck out 5, walked 3 out of 23 batters faced. His ERA now 10.38. Again, he threw 95 pitches, 55 of those being strikes, and he is now in line for the loss.
And in line for the win if he can get out of this inning and pitch a clean slate. Could be Bryce Studeville, who is on the mound. 81 pitches so far, and he is out there for the bottom of the fifth. 6-7-0 for the Otters, 5-5-1 for the Sussex County Miners.
I would also like to point out, regardless of whether Studeville ends up getting the pitcher of record in this game or not, he has done a fantastic job recovering from that first inning.
He has.
Because he gave up the 5 in the first inning, and then he pitched shutdown inning after shutdown inning in the second, third, and fourth innings, and now a chance here to really shut it down in the fifth and leave this game potentially in line for the win. As we have a bit of a delay here as Justin Felix is
getting new equipment. He took
switching his chest protector. You don't see that very often.
And awaiting in the batter's box, in the left-handed batter's box, is the second baseman, Webb Little, who is 1 for 1 already today with an RBI driven in, and that happened, of course, in the first inning. Waiting the first pitch from Bryce Studeville. He has the sign he wants from Justin Felix, and now he fires, and it's a big swing and a miss to the second baseman, Little.
I want to make a shameless plug here. It's not on our promotion sheet, but make sure you follow the Evansville Otters on all social media.
Yeah.
At Evil Otters on Twitter, Evansville Otters on Facebook.
Subscribe on YouTube. You find out
Yes.
when Otters Digital Network is going on the air live like we are right now.
You get to listen to us doing remote broadcasts from Bosse Field.
But for the most part, we're on site as Matthew Will is recovering, and
Yes.
this is a high fly ball for Webb Little. And it's hauled in by the left fielder, Jeffrey Baez, for the first out in the inning. And that is what you want to see for the Evansville Otters.
Absolutely.
And Bryce Studeville. You have a 4-run top of the inning. You want to get that first out to kind of keep that momentum going.
And realistically, too, Studeville, again, after that first inning where he was upwards, I think it was like 45 pitches, that was just the 83rd pitch of the night for him. So he's really gotten a lot more efficient here in the second inning on, and a chance too where he's already struck out this batter, Justin Washington, twice, a chance to continue to have that momentum roll.
The first pitch to Justin Washington, the left fielder, is a ball. Washington 0 for 2, and he struck out both times, and so I'm sure Justin Washington trying to atone for his sluggish start here. And that next pitch is taken for a strike, and
that was a good curveball.
That's what maybe happens, too, when you're 0-2, a little bit of doubt, and you saw Justin Washington kind of double clutch, perhaps thinking that was a go pitch for him, and now Bryce Studeville and Justin Felix.
We're going to talk about signs.
We're going to talk about the signs. I saw the sign. Open up my eyes.
We have a promotion for that song. Well, we used to, at least.
We still play the actual
Isn't
song,
it?
though. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I like the song. It's a song of the 90s.
But play that during the Build-A-Sub, right? Don't you?
During the what?
I don't remember which promotion you play that song for.
It's a surprise. It's a mystery. Come to
Oh,
our
it's-
game on
okay.
Tuesday night
There
and
you
find
go.
out.
Yeah, that's shameless plug. Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday. Rally Taco should be at the ballpark, and maybe Mr. Glizzy on Sunday.
Oh, my gosh. That would be Nathaniel Barbie, friends.
No, Mr. Glizzy, and Mr. Glizzy's there for Sunday games because of the $2 hot dog promotion on a dog days of summer. And our 1-1 pitch from Studeville.
Spoiler alert, he just might win the president's race both nights.
Yes.
A big opportunity here. Studeville potentially getting his third German-American Bank strikeout against Justin Washington.
1-2 count as Washington in the right-hander's batter's box awaits the pitch, and he watches it sail below the kneecaps for a ball. 2-2 as the count is now even.
Studeville has 3 strikeouts overall in the night, 2 of those coming against Mr. Washington. Big opportunity here with a 2-2 count.
Bryce Studeville fires, and did he go? I think he did, and the umpire says he went. That's a German-American Bank strikeout. And 3 strikeouts now for Justin Washington.
He is one away from the Golden Sombrero.
And he has plenty of time
Yeah.
to reach that, as we are only here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Evansville leading 6-5 after trailing 5-0 in the first inning. And Bryce Studeville is an out away from getting through 5 innings with the lead. He has really battled back valiantly here over the last 4 innings. And the first pitch that Alex Torrell sees, the first baseman, is outside for a ball.
Just a bit outside. That one sailed on Studeville a little bit.
As Bob Euchre would say, the former Evansville Brave, who continues to be an Iron Man in the broadcast booth for the Milwaukee Brewers. The 1-0 pitch, and a big swing and a miss for Alex Torrell.
That was a hearty hack. He was trying to put that ball over the right field wall.
He was, and the fastball from Studeville sailed right by.
So now at 90 pitches is Studeville. You got to wonder how long his leash is going to be. We saw
I say if he
pitcher
can get
warming up for the Otters earlier in the game. It doesn't look to be any activity right now, but
I'd say if he can get through this inning at sub 95, bring him back out and see what he can do in the 6th. But got to finish this at bat first, and Torrell's trying to second guess.
Beautiful curveball there.
But that curveball is in there for a called strike, and now 1-2.
I think that's been something that Studeville's used to his advantage. The first inning, he really struggled with command, but he's got that curveball under control. He's been locating the fastball. It's a big reason why he's been able to bounce back.
The 1-2 pitch from Bryce Studeville to Alex Torrell on its way. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Bryce Studeville with a German-American Bank strikeout, and the Miners of Sussex County retired in order through 5. The Otters on top of the Miners, 6-5 on the Otters Digital Network. Heading to the 6th inning on the Otters Digital Network in Evansville. First game post-All-Star break, 11 games over 500 and 2 games back of first place in the West Division, leading Sussex County here at Skyland Stadium in Augusta, New Jersey. Zane Clodfelter here alongside Big Red Jordan Fisher. We're broadcasting remotely. For those of you who missed our broadcast earlier, Matthew Will, our regular ODN play-by-player, on assignment elsewhere, dealing with a little business called COVID, but he's feeling a lot better. We talked to him on the phone earlier today, and he is planning to be back in Evansville and back at the ballpark on Tuesday for that first of 6 on the Otters' upcoming homestand. And Connor Dand is back on the mound here in the 6th inning for Sussex County. And he'll be dealing with J.R. Davis leading off here. Davis, the 2-hole hitter at third base. And the first pitch from Dand is taken for a strike. It's 0-1.
Davis 1 for 3 tonight. Singled and scored in his last at-bat to get things started in the 5th. He's also played a good third base tonight. Had a couple of, or 3 assists, had a put out as well.
The 0-1 pitch from Dan to Davis is again taken for a strike, and Connor Dan looks a lot more comfortable now that he doesn't have a bunch of Otters around the base pass.
Yeah, it's amazing how that'll happen whenever you come into a game with a little bit of traffic to deal with, and he navigated it okay, I guess.
25th pitch of his relief outing is taken outside, so unable to get that right arm from our home plate umpire this evening.
I think now at this point, if you're Sussex County, I mean, obviously he gave it the lead, but you're hoping he can eat an inning or two here to really try to get you to the 7th, maybe.
The 1-2 pitch, and it's fouled back to the screen behind home plate, and we'll do this all over again.
However, if you're the Evansville Otters, he's already at 25 pitches. There's a chance to capitalize here and maybe blow this game open if they can get a little bit of a rally going.
Sussex County enters tonight's game at 31-26, again third in the Frontier League East Division. But in line, if the playoffs started today, Sussex County would be a postseason team, and that pitch by Davis is fouled. 1-2. The Otters, if the postseason started today, would host a wild card game, winner take all in the Western Division bracket. Sussex County, if the postseason started today, would be playing as the road team in the East version of that wild card matchup.
So I won't run through the whole Frontier League scoreboard again, but a couple games that Evansville Otters fans should be paying attention to, of course. Schaumburg still leading 4-2 at Quebec in the bottom of the 6th, and then Washington still on the road at Trois-Rivières 7-4 in the top of the 6th.
And J.R. Davis swings and grounds to the second baseman. That's Webb Little, who makes a nice throw over to Alex Torrell for the first out of this 6th inning.
Of course, I mentioned those two games because Washington leads the way in the Frontier League West Division, and Schaumburg is right there behind Evansville at 3rd in the West.
Schaumburg making up a little bit of ground on Evansville last week, taking 2 out of 3.
Washington, of course, taking the lead in the division as they took 2 out of 3.
Because as of a week ago today, the Otters won and beat Washington in that series opener. The West Division was tied with both teams in first place, and then with Washington winning the final 2, creating that 2-game cushion. And this is a ground ball off of the bat of Zach Biermann, and that's an easy unassisted play at first base for Alex Torrell. So the ball is finding him. He was on the receiving end of that 4-3 put out for the first out of the inning, and he does it all himself. 3 unassisted for the second out of the 6th.
And I like Biermann being aggressive there. Of course, it looks like he got a little bit out in front of it and rolled over it to get the grounder to first base. But coming off that triple that he had in the 5th inning, good to see him trying to get aggressive at the plate and try to get something going again offensively for the Otters.
In steps Jeffrey Baez, the left fielder, looking to create some 2-out magic here. And Connor Dan gets a long look, has the sign he wants, and now he fires and catches the inside part of the zone for a strike. 0-1. Special thank you to the Otters concession staff, KJ and everybody, providing us with our catered meal prior to the game here at the ballpark. As that pitch scoots through the dirt, 1-1. We eat cheeseburgers, M&Ms.
Yeah, I've got some Cracker Jacks still over here that I need to get into. That might be a late-night snack.
Awesome staff at the ballpark, both when the Otters have games and then for non-Otter events as well. The 1-1 count to Jeffrey Baez, and he was swinging head high, looking to extend and put some power into that ball, but missed.
I think his eyes lit up when that breaking ball ended up being up in the zone.
It did.
Just couldn't quite get the bat to it, but still a good situation here for Baez. 1-2 count.
The 1-2 pitch from Dan, and it just misses.
That's a tough take.
If you're Jeffrey Baez, you do not take that pitch a second time.
No, I think if the pitch is there again, he's going to be swinging.
Yes.
That was a little too close for comfort. But credit to him. He had a great eye. Deuces wild, 2-2.
Deuces are now wild. Matthew Will, if he's still listening, here in the top of the 6th. The Otters leading 6-5. The 2-2 count on its way, and this is hit down the right field line and into the pavilion.
The real question is, do you think Matthew Will's parents are listening?
No way.
Because the reason I say that is because they've basically followed the Otters all along the season, which is because they have reasons with Kansas City baseball. They can't really watch the Royals.
Matthew Will's parents had to listen to me do a Bossy Field tour. They don't want to hear any more of me. The 2-2 count, and this is hit into right center field, and Jeffrey Baez is on with a 2-out single on a 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, very good job of Baez there. That pitch was inside a little bit. He got a little jammed, but he had the strength to knock that out towards right center field over the second baseman's head. It's a little flare whoopsie single, but it's a 2-out base hit and a chance for Steven Sensley now to do some damage. Of course, we've talked about his bat at the plate, how good he's been at working counts and really making things happen. And with Baez's speed, a ball hit to the gap, it's not out of the realm of possibility they can score from first base.
And Matthew Will says back to me in a text message, of course he's still listening, but he did not give clarification on whether his parents are listening. So that remains the wild card, and we are going to have a conversation here. All of the infielders surrounding,
And that's going to be it.
our pitcher Connor Dand, and that will be it for him. So another pitching change here for Sussex County. 35 pitches for Dand, and we will take this break and tell you on the flip side who's now in. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. Otters looking for some 2-out magic here in the 6th, leading 6-5. A runner and Jeffrey Baez at first base with 2 outs, and Big Red Jordan Fisher, a new arm on the mound for Sussex County.
Yeah, this call to the bullpen presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. The new pitcher on the mound, a left-hander, Cody Witten, a 6'1" left-handed relief pitcher out of Forest, Virginia. Last pitched at University of Dayton, so he's got rookie 1 experience. On the season, Witten a 4.15 ERA. He's making appearance number 6 on the year. 4th one out of the bullpen. 13 innings pitched, 11 hits, 7 runs, 6 of those being earned, 9 strikeouts to 7 walks.
Cody Witten is on the mound, and Quiros behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Tell them Zane from the Otters sent you.
And while that doesn't officially close the book on Connor Dand, he does leave the game at 1 1/3 innings pitched. He gave up 1 hit. So far, no runs, but he is responsible for the runner at first base. 1 strikeout to 2 walks and 8 batters faced. He gave up a couple runs that were charged to Vin Mazzaro in that hairy situation he entered the game in. He is the one that surrendered the lead, but again, he is not the pitcher of record.
Steven Sensley 2 for 2 today, looking to make it 3 for 3 by continuing this inning with 2 outs. The Otters on top 6-5 in the 6th inning, the first of 3. Then the off day on Monday for Evansville, and then back at Bossy Field, the first of 6 on Tuesday. That first pitch from Witten is taken for a strike. Cody Witten, the 3rd pitcher in the game for Sussex County. As Vin Mazzaro went 4 1/3. You just heard from Big Red how the book is still open on Connor Dand and his 1 1/3. 0-1 pitch. Witten to Sensley. At long last, it's on its way, and it's outside, 1-1 the count.
So we saw a first pitch fastball to Steven Sinsley. Now he tried to go to the curveball low in a way that Sinsley did not bite at. But that breaking ball had quite a bit of movement to it. It seemed like it really fell off the table. So that's something to watch. Wonder if Witten will come back with a high fastball to try to set that up for a 2-strike pitch, or what his approach is here against the left-handed hitting Sinsley.
The 1-1 pitch on its way to Sinsley, and he fouls it to the screen.
Really
1-2.
Kind of got away with that one. That
He
fastball
did.
was left a little bit belt high on the outer half of the plate. Sinsley just a hair late on it, fouled it off. Did a good job of getting some wood on it, though. But I think now you open yourself up, if you're Cody Witten, to potentially trying to bury another breaking ball in the dirt. Because a wild pitch doesn't kill you. Yes, it would move a runner into scoring position potentially. But at this time, too, you're trying to get that strikeout.
The 1-2 pitch to Steven Sinsley on its way, and it's a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, and that's a strikeout. And Cody Witten comes on and strikes out the first batter he sees. We're going to the bottom of the 6th through 5.5. Evansville leading 6-5 in New Jersey. Sussex County on the Otters Digital Network. Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters Digital Network is brought to you by Budweiser, Bud Light, Working Distributors Evansville, and Old National Bank. Your bank for Evansville, your bank for life. We're back, Skyland Stadium, bottom of the 6th.
Bryce Studeville still out there.
Bryce Studeville still on the mound. Iron Man he's turning into, already at 92 pitches. But all the damage against him in terms of runs occurred what seems like days ago in the first inning. That was a 5-run frame for Sussex County.
Yeah, it was roughly about 2 hours ago in real time.
Leading off, Isaias Quiros. And the first pitch he sees is fouled into the Sussex County bullpen, and a really good catch by somebody there wearing a hoodie. Shows you how nice of a evening it is in New Jersey. Big Red said earlier 75 degrees at first pitch, and looking at some of the bullpenners in Sussex County's arm barn wearing hoodies. How much we would take that weather here in Evansville. The next pitch is a ball, and the pitch misses to Quiros.
Yeah, right now the temperature in Augusta, New Jersey showing 70 degrees and clear.
Next pitch is a swing and a miss. And a 1-2 count now on Quiros.
That is honestly my ideal weather.
It's beautiful golfing weather.
Cool but not cold.
I like Big Ten football weather, which for me is 62 degrees, partly sunny.
See, I think my favorite weather is like where I can wear shorts and a hoodie.
With a little bit of a breeze. Then that next pitch is fouled. 1-2. The count remains as Isaias Quiros
I do enjoy the low 60s weather. If I can wear shorts and a hoodie, I'm happy.
The 1-2 pitch from Studevol to Karos, and this is a high fly ball, and chasing is the left fielder Baez. He camps underneath it, and that is the first out of this 6th inning.
It almost looked like he was battling the lights a little bit there, trying to find the ball. It was not your everyday routine fly ball, as he was still moving back and caught it kind of on his side. He wasn't really camped underneath of it, despite the ball being hit so high in the air, but nonetheless, Baez still able to record the out and a big first out here in the 6th inning.
9-hole hitter is up, the right fielder Nilo Rijo. And the pitch is taken for a called strike. 6-8-0 for the Otters, 5-5-1 for the Miners. Bottom of the 6th inning. There's one away and an 0-1 count to Rijo, who watches that pitch miss the zone. The count evens at 1-1. Same time tomorrow here on the Otters Digital Network. Jevin Redman will join me, and then our finale on Sunday afternoon. Jevin Redman and Big Red Jordan Fisher on hand to bring you that finale. That pitch is fouled back to the screen 1-2.
I guess I could note this with Witten getting that strikeout against Sinsley, his only batter that he saw in that half inning in the top of the 6th. That did close the door on, or close the book on Dan's night. Again, 1 1/3, faced 8 batters, gave up 1 hit, no runs, 1 strikeout, 2 walks.
Next pitch is upstairs to Rijo, 2-2.
Pitch number 101 for Studevol.
So you'd have to think this is the last frame for Bryce Studevol. And it would be nice if he can get through 6. With the lead, he'd be in line for that victory. The 2-2 count, and a little bit of a thought by Rijo to pull the trigger, but he watches as the count now runs full to 3-2.
I think it's imperative you try to get Rijo out here. I mean, of course, you want to try to get all the outs you can, but if you let the 9-hole hitter get on base with 1 out and you send it back to the top of the order, you set yourself up for some dangerous situations.
The 3-2 count, here it is, and it's fouled down the right field line. We will do it again. It's a 3-2 count. Otters on top 6-5, bottom of the 6th. Bryce Studevol started this game and has done a valiant job. A 5-run first, but has settled in nicely here. Now at 103 pitches in his outing. The University of Southern Indiana product. Tri-state native from Rockport, Indiana, Spencer County, Abraham Lincoln's teenage home, by the way. And the 3-2 pitch is in the dirt. He walked him. So Nilo Rijo, the 9-hole hitter for Sussex County, reaches, and that'll bring in the top of the order and the center fielder and Mikey Reynolds.
I'm curious if that spurs some activity in the Otters bullpen, as now with Studevol over 100 pitches. I know you want to try to get him through this full 6th inning, but at the same time, too, he just allowed a runner to reach base. Now, as I said, turning it to the top of the order. A little bit of a dangerous spot here. This could be Studevol's last batter, should Mikey Reynolds do something to move the runner into scoring position.
Mikey Reynolds looking to do damage at the plate, but before he has an opportunity to lift the bat off the shoulder, Bryce Studevol throws over to first base, where Nilo Rijo is taken a few steps off of as Zach Biermann covers first base. Here's the pitch. The runner is going. It's taken, I believe, for a ball, but the throw on the money from Justin Felix and making the tag for the 2nd out in the inning, Andy Armstrong. What a play.
Yeah, a strong throw there from Felix, a little bit high, but Armstrong able to go up and then get down and make that tag quickly. A fantastic group effort there from Felix. He catches his 2nd runner stealing tonight, and that's a huge caught stealing.
And changes the complexion of this inning. I'm pretty sure that
Absolutely.
was a ball that was taken. I did not see
Yes, I think it was.
our home plate umpire signal a strike, and now the count is even at 1-1. So suddenly 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yes, it was indeed a ball on the first pitch.
Studeville looking for his sign, and now Justin Felix said, let's redo those signs and start over here. And it looks like Studeville has the sign he wants, and he pitches, and this is fouled 1-2, and our baseball activity at Bosse Field appears to be done for the evening.
And if these fans here that got done watching some 16U versus 15U baseball, I guess
Yeah, the
one team was a
battle of
15U.
outlaws.
I guess one was a 15U, one was a 16U, maybe like a bit of a scrimmage. But
So the 1-2 pitch, and this is again fouled. A lot of foul balls down the
Yes.
right field line, so if you're camped out in one of the pavilion areas over in that portion of Skyland Stadium, might be leaving with 1 or 2 souvenirs potentially.
if these fans want to get more of a fill of baseball, they can listen to us on the Otters Digital Network on YouTube.
They can. Preston Linenbach should make that announcement over the PA system right now. They can listen to us on their drive home as there's another foul ball.
Just don't watch your phone, but pull up the YouTube stream.
I think Preston's going to maybe do that or just shout it from the rooftop as people leave.
I mean, he could literally go to the rooftop and
Yeah.
yell. I mean, you can get access to the rooftop here at the press box.
Do you know what I'm listening to? Otters Digital Network. That's what he's saying right now. The next
Exactly.
pitch, 1-2. Swing and a miss, and what a pitch and what a strikeout. That's a German-American bank strikeout. That's how much we love that. Bryce Studeville through 6 innings with the lead. Otters on top, 6-5. Big Red Jordan Fisher play-by-play in the 7th on the Otters Digital Network.
We're heading to the top of the 7th on the Otters Digital Network. The Evansville Otters with a 6-5 lead as they've battled back. Bryce Studeville gave up 5 runs in the first, proceeded to follow with 5 scoreless innings as he worked his way through the 6th inning. And he currently is the pitcher of record should that be his final inning. Still on the mound for the Sussex County Miners is Cody Witten. He faced one batter, that was Steven Sinsley, who he struck out swinging to end the top of the 6th. He'll deal with Elijah Mcnamee, George Khalil, and Justin Felix. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Evansville Otters. Jordan Fisher alongside me, Zane Clodfelter here on the Otters Digital Network. Happy to be here. Game 1 of 3 from remote broadcast of Bosse Field. Again, you teased it earlier in the last half inning, but you and Jevin will have tomorrow night's Game 2, and then myself and Jevin will split Game 3.
We had so much
on
fun.
Sunday.
We had so much fun last year during the remote broadcast last month of the season in Ryan Brown's absence.
It was certainly something different as the first pitch to Elijah Mcnamee swung on a miss for strike 1. I had never done any remote broadcast because I didn't get to really broadcast during COVID like some other people did. Jevin, of course, following UE Athletics, did a lot of remote broadcasts from his apartment. We did a lot of remote broadcasts from his apartment last season for
We did.
the
We're at
Evansville
Bosse
Otters.
Field tonight.
We are at Bossy Field tonight. Not as comfortable with a couch because we don't have a couch here, but Jevin has a couch.
I don't know that we get free food here, though.
We do get free food here. Preston also asked if we want to move to the Players' Lounge. We could do that. Maybe shoot some pool in between.
That'd be fun.
It's a 1-1 count to Elijah Mcnamee as the left-handed Witten fires home, and this ball laced out to left field to drop in for a base hit. It's Elijah's first base hit of the night, as he is now 1 for 4, and once again a leadoff base hit for the Evansville Otters. I believe that is the 4th time they've got their leadoff batter on tonight.
That's what you like to see, and I'm sure Andy McCauley is saying in the Otters dugout right now, you know what, guys, I think we can maybe get a couple more runs. It would never hurts to add some insurance. Bring in George Khalil.
The right-handed hitting shortstop digging in. Runner at first base, of course, is Elijah Mcnamee, who just singled to left. Khalil 0 for 2 tonight as he squares around to show bunt and pulls back for ball 1. Khalil tonight was hit by a pitch that's one of 2 ways he reached on base earlier. He got an RBI on a E5 as he grounded to the third baseman. They did change that to an earned run like I thought they should.
Good. See, you're keeping him honest.
So, Khalil trying to do some damage, get in the hit column tonight. Actually, he might be looking to move the runner over. He squared around again, but pulled back. Ball 2.
Yeah, but he can't bunt right now because the first 2 pitches haven't been anywhere near the strike zone for him to get a legitimate butt down.
And I don't know if that's more of like an actual attempt to sacrifice or if that's more so just trying to mess with the pitcher, giving him something to pay attention to while he's delivering home.
With his mechanics and timing, yes. And that's
Yeah.
a very good point, too. I would trust George Khalil a bunt.
And he is squaring around once again, but that time he missed it. But it looks like he's trying to bunt the runner over, so we now have that established. We'll see if that stays on with a 2-1 count. But a little bit of small ball being played here by the Otters, or at least they're attempting to.
And how about this? Former SEC players batting back-to-back with Mcnamee from Mississippi State and Khalil from South Carolina.
Just need somebody from like Vanderbilt to pop in now.
Oh, we had Ryan Brown last year. He was a Vanderbilt grad.
Well, I meant from a baseball player perspective. Ryan Brown, yes, we had a Vandy alum all throughout the season. Well, until we filled in for him at the end of the year.
With the remote
when he
broadcast.
had to go, I think, to Vandy, right?
Did we win an Emmy for our remote broadcast last year?
I think we did.
Okay.
At least I wasn't told anything.
If we did, Preston is hoarding the trophy.
It's a 2-2 count now to George Khalil as he swung away and fouled that last one off. So no more bunt in play as they're going to step off and go through the signs again. Top of the 7th inning. We're almost 3 hours into this ball game, Zane. Not been a Zane Clodfelter game.
It has just flown by, Big Red.
Some of the Otter staff members here taking care of the field after the travel baseball showcase they had tonight. They'll have 3 more games tomorrow.
I think 4.
4? It's a lot of games. 2-2 swung on and fouled off to the right side once again. So we'll do it again. Otters trying to complete their comeback victory. They got the lead back in the 5th inning when they scored 4 runs. It was like the second we switched over to Zane as play-by-play, the Otters decided to start scoring some runs.
That's how it should be, right? I'm a veteran.
We'll see if they can add to the total with me on the mic. They only scored 2 runs with me there. And swung on a miss as he chased the low slider. Khalil goes down on strikes swinging. That's the first down of the inning, and that brings up Justin Felix, who's been a thorn in the side of the Miners tonight. He had an RBI single back in the 2nd, and then walked in back-to-back appearances in the 4th and the 5th. He was stranded on base both times, though. Actually, stranded on base all 3 times he's reached.
And if anyone objects to you being behind the microphone, I will step in and I will vouch for you that you were behind the microphone for the final out of Game 5 of the 2016 Frontier League Championship Series.
This is very true, and I appreciate it. It looks like that might be it for Cody Witten, as we will have a pitching change for the Miners. 1 out in the top of the 7th. There's a runner at first base. It's Elijah Mcnamee. Justin Felix will be coming to the plate. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and tell you who the new Miners pitcher is here on the Otters Digital Network. Still in the top of the 7th, we have a BCS call to the bullpen. This call to the bullpen presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. The new right-hander on the mound, number 11, Eston Stoll out of Pendleton, Indiana. Tell us a little bit about him, Zane.
Yeah, he's a Hoosier, 6'2", 185 pounds. He's a righty, born in 1999, January 20th to be exact, and his last club is alma mater, Southeastern University.
This pitcher-catcher battery for the Sussex County Miners is Stoll on the mound, and Key Rose behind the plate. This pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call 812-475-9000.
And tell them Zane from the Otters sent you.
Yes, because it was not me, it was Zane. So, that closes the book. That does not close the book on Cody Wooden. He is responsible for Elijah Mcnamee at first base.
We've been closing a lot of books lately.
Well, you have to sometimes after you're done.
It's good to finish
with
one
said
book. It's good to finish one book before starting another.
These last couple books have been shorter, as Dan only went an inning and a third. Witten just getting 2 outs recorded, so he finishes with 2/3 of an inning pitched. A quick pickoff attempt at Mcnamee, but not in time.
It's Big Red's favorite kind of book, a short one.
Haha. I like books.
What's your favorite read? What are you reading right now?
So I've been working on this new book that I got. As the first pitch swung on a miss by Justin Felix, 0-1. I actually picked it up. I'm very early into it, but it's called Ricky. It's about Ricky Henderson. It's a book by Howard Bryant that I pre-ordered in July of 2021. And then for some reason they canceled my pre-order. I don't know why. So I had to order the book on Amazon.
They don't want you to read it.
No, but I have just recently started that one. I like some sports biographies, but like as far as like fiction books, I always like James Patterson or the Harry Potter series. I read all the Harry Potter series. Another pickoff attempt over at Elijah Mcnamee, but he's back safely. What about yourself? What kind of books do you like to read?
I haven't read a book in quite some time, to be honest with you. I
How
read
are
a lot
you
of
gonna
newspapers.
ask me that question? You can't, man.
You're the one talking about closing books.
You were talking about closing books. What are you talking about? The 0-1 fastball called strike on the outer half. It's now 0-2 to Justin Felix. I am a big articles guy. I really enjoy my subscription to The Athletic.
The most recent book I read was called Max Boys, which details Branch McCracken and some of his legendary players and teams of the 1940s and 50s, which you really don't hear a lot about, you know, with Bobby Knight following him later on in Indiana basketball history. But yeah, Max Boys, and I think you can still buy that on Amazon as well.
If there isn't one as far as like an actual physical paperback or hardback, I'm sure there's an audio version. As the 0-2 ground to the left side past the shortstop for a base hit, Justin Felix picks up hit number 2 as Mcnamee will advance into scoring position. Runners on first and second with 1 out, as that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Andy Armstrong.
And I'm sure for the Otters making the road trip to Sussex County just for this 3-game series, normally if you have a long haul like the Otters had to make going from Evansville to Augusta, New Jersey, typically you see the Frontier League schedule, then another game within that region. New York would have been an ideal candidate, New Jersey, Tri-City, but no. It's 3 games out on the East Coast, and then the Otters are back with 3 games against New York and then 3 games against Tri-City.
And the good news is they'll have the off day on Monday to kind of recuperate after the long trip. So Andy Armstrong digs in. He's 0 for 2 tonight with 2 strikeouts. He squares around a bunt but pulls back and watches a called strike. He also drew a walk back in the 5th where he was stranded at first base. He struck out swinging in the 2nd, struck out looking to end the 4th, and then had that walk in the 5th. Now he bats here in the top of the 7th.
And I hope Matthew Will doesn't mind me saying this, but you know, he really picked, if you're going to get COVID, why not get it at the All-Star break so you can spend more time at home?
Yeah, you picked a good weekend for that,
and
too.
avoid the trip to Sussex County.
The 0-1 is now swung on Miss 0-2. That's a good point.
Right? No, I told him that on the phone when I first called in to check on him. I'm like, well, can I say something positive? And he's like, go ahead. Well, I don't think he actually wanted to hear it, but yeah.
He is positive. That's true. No, I'm just joking.
Oh, man, now we're both bringing jokes.
Matthew, I hope you get better soon, buddy.
No, and he tells me that his parents aren't even around. They're at the TBT basketball tournament in Wichita.
Really?
So, yeah, they're having a fun time without him. I think my parents are tuning in, though, tonight.
Well, there you go. So we have somebody's parents listening.
Yeah.
The 0-2 misses outside. It's now 1-2. Well, Matthew expects to be back for the Tuesday home series.
He is. He wants a taco. He wants a new and improved taco.
That's
now
really
comes,
why he's coming back.
Yeah,
he's not coming back for the ODN broadcast. He's not coming back for Flow Sports. He wants tacos.
Comes with lettuce and even some lime.
The 1-2 fouled off to the right side as Armstrong fights it off and lives to fight another pitch.
And the best part about a Taco Tuesday at the ballpark, by the way, is those discounted Modelo's and Coronas. So you think we only have one day, our Thursday, where we have specials when it comes to ice cold frosty ones. No, if you like the south of the border drafts or cans.
Mm-hmm. Do enjoy myself a good Corona.
It's always a good time for Modelo time, too.
Of course, we don't get to enjoy those while we work here on Tuesdays.
Yeah, Sandra's never brought me up a Modelo or Corona.
Swung on and missed as Armstrong goes down swinging his third strikeout of the night, as it's been a rough night at the plate for the Otters second baseman. That takes us back to the top of the order for the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game, Miles Gordon. He is 1 for 4 tonight. He singled in his very first at-bat. Worked an 8 or 9 pitch at-bat before he got that base hit. He since has grounded out, popped out, and struck out swinging, most recently to end the 5th inning. He comes up with 2 runners on and 2 away. A chance to add to the lead if he can find some grass.
Plenty of grass there. He just needs to find the right part.
This is true. First pitch low and in. Ball 1.
I do wish with this monitor we could actually get a shot from the press box at one point or another so we can see how those infielders for Sussex County are lined up with 2 runners on here.
Yeah,
and 2
unfortunately,
outs.
we do not have the camera ops. We don't have control over the camera ops. We are at the mercy of the Sussex County Miners broadcast. 1-0 is a called strike. It's 1-1. But it would be interesting because Miles Gordon is traditionally a little bit more of a pull hitter. So you do wonder if the infield is shading towards that right side of the infield. The shortstop is kind of holding on Mcnamee at second base, so he's kind of cheating towards the middle of the field. Assume there's a pretty big hole on the left side of the infield. As the 1-1 comes home to Gordon. Fought off and fouled. It's now 1-2. Make sure you stay tuned. We have the 7th inning stretch coming up next, and word on the street is that very own Zane Clodfelter will be performing an a cappella version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Is that true?
Who's that guy?
Sources are saying Zane will be singing.
All right. Well, if that's what sources are saying. Got to make sure the source is correct.
I trust my sources.
You just don't name them.
You don't name them, but I do trust my sources.
Journalism 101. Never name a source.
The 1-2 delivery fought off once again as Miles Gordon is battling here.
And I have a source that tells me that the next homestand is going to be great, especially that Gil Hodges mini bust.
I'm really sad that I'm missing that night, but that's also a weekend trip to Nashville because my best friend's getting married next month, so we have to celebrate him.
Guarantee you'll have more fun at Bossy Field than you will Nashville.
We're going down there for an MLS soccer game, Nashville FC.
Oh, for sure you have more fun at Bossy Field than that.
It'll be not a whole lot on Friday night, but Saturday night will be when the fun really happens. It might be Nashville SC. I don't know. Not a very big soccer fan there, Preston. The 1-2 is fouled off as Gordon still stays alive. Preston's over here just...
Yeah,
he's got time now because the baseball game's over.
So he's talking about St. Louis is getting a new MLS team. They're currently constructing the brand new stadium.
Mm-hmm. It'll be good for the St. Louis economy.
Yeah, I'm sure the city of St. Louis would still rather have the Rams.
This is true.
Just being honest.
This is true. I'm sure they miss their football, especially with the Rams being so good now. The 1-2 runners go. Pitch outside, no throw, so uncontested double steal for the Evansville Otters.
Preston brings up the XFL, the Battlehawks.
Hey, you know what? I will say this. In the shortened XFL season that they had before it shut down, now Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is relaunching it. The Battlehawks were one of the best teams in that league.
In a league that no one really cared about.
But Philip Walker, PJ Walker, formerly known as Philip Walker, former backup to the backup for Andrew Luck for the Indianapolis Colts, got an NFL job out of it. The 2-2 flared out to the shortstop, and that is caught by the shortstop for Sussex County, and the Otters' threat in the top of the 7th comes up short as they leave 2 more stranded in scoring position. It's stretch time here on the Otters Digital Network. Without further ado, here is Zane Clodfelter.
All right, everybody, wherever you're listening to us on the Otters Digital Network, I need everyone to stand up, stretch, and sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, and we'll root for the Otters. If they don't win, it's a shame. Or it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. The Otters on top 6-5 at the 7th inning stretch on the Otters Digital Network. For landscape design that is truly unique, look to locally owned Wild Horticulture. Whether you need a team to design and construct a large-scale landscape project for your business, or are looking to create an epic backyard retreat complete with plants, water, and light installation, the experienced team at Wild can take your ideas to the next level. You've likely seen their creative work all over town. Wild Horticulture has the skills and resources to deliver inspiring spaces and bring your ideas to life. Have a project in mind, like Big Red? Well, find them on Instagram and at wildspaces.com.
We got a pitching change as we go to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Jacob Bowles, the new pitcher on the mound, is called to the bullpen presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. As Jacob Bowles enters, the pitcher-catcher battery, Bowles on the mound, Felix behind the plate. This pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call 812-475-9000. Bowles, another USI product, following the previous USI product, as that ends the night for the Otters starter, Bryce Studeville, as he worked through 6 innings. We'll go through his stats momentarily. But Bowles enters with a 3.38 ERA, 40 innings pitched. He's making appearance number 23 on the season. He's allowed 15 earned runs, 39 hits, 30 strikeouts, and 16 walks. As he will deal with the 2-3-4 hitters due up for the Sussex County Miners, Roland, Silverio, and Mayberry. Mayberry indeed. First pitch coming home from Jacob Bowles as he works out of the stretch.
I'm glad somebody got it.
Still getting the signs? Hey, somebody has to.
Maybe a couple of our listeners did as well.
The wind and delivery as that bunt is foul. As Roland starts down 0-1. So closing the book yet again, this time the first Otters pitcher to be closed. 6 innings pitched for Bryce Studeville. 5 hits, 5 runs, all earned. 6 strikeouts, 7 walks. Gave up 1 double. Faced 28 batters. Threw 107 pitches, just 60 strikeouts, but I think a lot of those struggles came in that very first inning because he was very good from the 2nd inning on. He is also in line for the win.
He is, and now counting on one of his former USI teammates and brethren, Jacob Bowles. Has a brother, Matt, who was a national champion at USI. So it's a pitching family, baseball playing family.
Swung on, missed as the 1-1 fooled Roland. As the Miners shortstop tonight, 1 for 3. He had a single and a run scored back in the first. Kind of got things started for the Miners. And then grounded into a fielder's choice to end the second, and had another fielder's choice in the fourth, where he was later stranded at second base to end the inning. So Roland digging back in. As Bowles has his sign, the 1-2 delivery. Breaking ball off the plate as Felix tried to frame it. But the home plate umpire wasn't going for it. The count evens at 2-2.
No dinner plans for our home plate umpire.
No, none at all. In fact, I would be willing to bet he ate before the game.
Yeah.
Just
He
based
seems
on
content.
based on the way this game is moving.
Yeah.
Yes. I think he must have had a really good meal before he got to the ballpark. A long pause and the 2-2 breaking ball up and in. Bowles trying to kind of mess with the timing of the hitter a little bit. I always like when pitchers do that. Granted, that one didn't work out for him, but just do anything to disrupt the timing of the hitters and try to get the advantage on the mound.
Last thing you want to do here, though, a 3-2 count is walk that leadoff man.
You don't want to get too cute and allow the leadoff batter to get on with a free pass. At least make him earn it. The wind and firing, a payoff pitch. Fastball runs inside, ball 4. So it's exactly what the Otters don't need to start the inning. But we'll see if they can navigate around the leadoff man getting on base. Task will not be easy, though, as the number 3 hitter, newly signed, third baseman, Juan Silverio.
That's your one mistake.
Silverio? What did I say?
No, the other thing, I made a joke.
Oh.
You said him fine.
Okay. New guy. That's all I know. He's 2 for 3 tonight. 2 singles. One run scored back in the first inning.
So whoever signed him is looking like a genius right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you remember, it's so often happens, too, in the Frontier League. You have these new signings that come in and make immediate impacts. Last year, Gary Mattis did it. He came in. He looked like a MLB-level ball player right out the gate.
Big Red Jordan Fisher loved Gary Mattis last year when he first got...
I want to say his first game, he had like 2 or 3 extra base hits in the game. First pitch is a called strike to Silverio.
For a second, I thought Big Red was going to be Gary Mattis' agent.
I mean,
he could do no wrong.
You know what? He made it to affiliated ball this year.
He did.
It might have worked out.
He did. A part of the handful of players.
I think whenever he got picked up, he led the league in steals. Does that sound accurate to you? I know he for sure led the team in steals, but I thought he was close to the team, like the league lead in steals.
I'm afraid there's a fact checker listening.
When he got picked up. Well, I wonder if we have our own fact checker up here in Preston Leinenbach. When Gary Mattis got picked up, was he leading the league in steals? He has no idea. He is not a fact checker. Preston is ready to go home. The 0-1 misses low and in. 1-1. Clearly, it sounds like I'm wrong, which is possible.
I think you are wrong.
I just remember him having a lot of steals when he got picked up.
Because I would have already pulled that random stat
true.
out of one of my ears.
Yeah, you would have had that embedded in the back left part of your brain, just behind the ear.
Oh, Matthew Will is chiming in and saying, yes, he did lead the league with 18.
Thank you, Matthew Will.
And see, Matthew Will is also in our broadcast booth because he has these lovely pictures, selfies, taken on the Polaroids.
He does.
Which I saw that Polaroid pictures and that concept is really coming back in 2022.
I've noticed that.
So good for them for finding Second Life. Matthew Will clearly appreciates it.
It's now a 1-2 count as he swung and missed at the 1-1. Silverio trying to get his 3rd hit of the night. Jacob Bowles trying to work around the number 3 hitter and record the first out of the inning. Runner goes, swung on a miss. Felix throws down to second. It's a high throw. Armstrong trying to make the tag, but a successful steal on the strikeout. That German-American Bank strikeout, the first for Jacob Bowles on the evening.
Now that potential game-tying run now in scoring position at second base. But still, you got to like the fact that you get an out there. And I think Justin Felix is chatting with our home plate umpire. Again, we don't have our umpiring crew names, but I think he was maybe seeking interference with the batter on the throw.
And I didn't notice whether or not the batter got in the way, but it did feel like Felix's throw was a little bit
And now Andy
strange.
McCauley is out, I think, asking for some clarification.
Just a quick conversation. Nothing too animated there. But I thought the throw felt a little strange for Felix, but they flipped the camera around so quickly that it was tough to tell. I wonder if they're considering walking the designated hitter Mayberry. Just confused as to what the delay is here. As Mayberry finally steps in the batter's box.
collecting his thoughts.
Were you a big Andy Griffith Show fan? I take it.
Yes, only the black and whites though. Once they went color,
It wasn't as good.
It wasn't as good.
Yeah. The first pitch is a called strike, as it's now 0-1 to David Mayberry.
And I'm 32. I was born in 1990, but no one wants to watch shows like I Dream of or Leave It to Beaver and those.
Mm-hmm.
No one wants to see that in color.
Doesn't feel as old time.
Yeah, Twilight Zone has to be in black and white.
The 0-1, as this one is popped up out to right field. Mcnamee moving to his left. He records the out, fires it back into second base over the head of Armstrong. And I guess on that one, it looked like Roland tagged up. As that ball traveled a little bit further than I thought it would.
I will say this, not trying to be critical, but the Otters the last couple of weeks have made some really weird throws with runners on base coming in from the outfield, and some of these throws have contributed to additional runs being put on by the opponents. I think specifically that Saturday game against Washington where the Otters, if you throw it into another spot at second base, you still have the double play in order. They didn't. Then it just kind of became a waterfall after that, a domino effect.
So 2 outs, runner at third base now, as Roland moves all the way up to third. The second baseman for the Miners steps in as he watches the first pitch, 0-1. That's Webb Little. Little tonight, 1 for 2. He's got a double and a flyout. Also reached base on a walk way back in the second inning, where he was caught stealing to end said inning. The wind and firing of the 0-1 misses low and in. Just barely missing the kneecap of Little, and it's evened up at a ball and a strike.
Wonder if he's related to former Otters pitcher Connor Little.
He could be, but I would venture to say probably not. Preston says he's related to Stuart Little, even though he's 6'3".
I thought Stuart Little grew up after the end of the movie, though.
That's a good question. The 1-1 fouled off to the left side. It's now 1-2. As Preston did point out, Little is from New York. He's from Fayetteville, New York. He last played for Quebec.
The Capitals.
So there is a chance that he might be related to Stuart Little, according to Preston Leinenbach. Because they're both from New York.
I learned something new today.
I did too. Stuart Little is apparently a real person. You know what? There's probably somebody out there in the world named Stuart Little.
Oh, yes. And I feel bad for the middle school kid that when that movie came out and then all of his friends started using that movie to mock him.
Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Runner at third base. As Bowles is trying to work against Webb Little. On deck is Justin Washington, who has struck out 3 times tonight. The delivery, 2-2, laced into right center field, and we have a tie ball game.
Yeah,
Gordon tracks it down in the right center field gap as Roland scores, and it looks like an RBI single for Webb Little, and no longer in line for the win is Bryce Studeville. But regardless, as I said it earlier, he had a fantastic performance after that first inning where he allowed or gave up 5 runs, battled back, had the Otters in the ballgame the entire time, but now the Otters find themselves tied with Sussex County with 2 away here in the 7th.
How about this field level view on camera? We haven't seen.
Yeah, they have some good camera angles. I will say that.
Yeah, and as we're talking about the tremendous camera angles we're privy to on our broadcast, Max Peterson currently chatting with Jacob Bowles. As there is a runner at first base. We're in the bottom of the 7th. It's now 6-6.
And again, Justin Washington coming up to the plate. 0 for 3 tonight. 3 strikeouts for Mr. Washington. If he strike out here, he would have the golden sombrero.
Do you have a golden sombrero to give him?
No, it's just a reward that you don't want.
I don't know if it's made out of gold.
Yeah, I don't think you actually get a sombrero. And I don't think you want the golden sombrero either, because it's like a sign of shame.
Again, if there's gold involved.
This is true. What if it's fake gold, imitation gold? Because it's just gold in. First pitch is low, ball 1. Can you tell that we're over 3 hours into this broadcast?
Yeah, no, I'm running out of material to talk about.
So it's a 1-0 count to Justin Washington, the Miners left fielder. Bowles looking in for his sign from Felix. The runner at first base is Webb Little, who just drove in the tying run with his second hit of the night. Also picked up a second RBI. This ball laced into left center field. Gordon giving chase. Diving effort. He catches it as Miles Gordon with a highlight play to end the inning.
What a catch. What a catch. And he had to get a jump immediately off of the bat in the contact with the baseball, and there just in the nick of time.
So Justin Washington puts the ball in play for the first time tonight, and he's robbed of a base hit as we head to the top of the 8th. Another look at it there on the Flow Sports stream if you are watching that instead of listening to us, or maybe you were doing both. But we head to the top of the 8th. It's tied at 6. The Otters coming back up to bat momentarily on the Otters Digital Network.
The Evansville Otters play here on the Otters Digital Network. Now, back to the broadcast booth. Here's Big Red Jordan Fisher.
We head to the top of the 8th inning. Eston Stoll still on the mound for the Miners. That was good, Zane.
Who is that, Learfield?
That was good, Zane.
Who's that voice guy?
That was good, Zane. The production quality top-notch on your remote broadcast for the Otters Digital Network. Broadcasting live from Bossy Field, a.k.a. Skyland Stadium from afar. Skyland Stadium in Augusta, New Jersey, where the Otters are there for a 3-game road trip with the Sussex County Miners before they have a 6-game homestand right here at Bossy Field next week. We went through some of those promotions earlier in the evening.
KJ Thomas is thrilled about that, too. He's looking forward to that 6-game homestand.
Taco Tuesday on Wednesday, Senior Connection, or excuse me, Taco Tuesday on Tuesday, Senior Connection Wednesday on Wednesday, Thirsty Thursday on Friday, Gil Hodges Night on Friday.
Thirsty Thursday on Thursday.
Did I say Thirsty Thursday on Friday? I'm getting ahead of myself.
Man, you're confusing all of our listeners.
Don't even listen to me. J.R. Davis leading things off as the first pitch is a called strike 0-1.
Here's the thing,
Let's
folks.
start over.
No,
Let's
here's
reset.
the thing, folks.
Press the reset button.
Most of the titles have the day of
Yes.
which the game
Taco Tuesday,
is
Senior Connection Wednesday,
on a Tuesday.
Thirsty Thursday, Gil Hodges Friday. I already forgot what Saturday is.
Saturday is Christmas. How can you forget what Saturday is? There's a foul ball.
I won't be here. The 0-1 is a fouled off. It's 0-2.
We're going to celebrate John L. Smith's family. So one of our ODN camera operators for the Flow Sports aspect of it, his name is John L. Smith. He had to miss a game on our last homestand because his family legitimately celebrates Christmas during the month of July.
Yeah. I've heard of some people doing that in the past, but the only time I've ever participated in anything similar to that was years ago. We went on a vacation to Put-in-Bay, Ohio, around 4th of July weekend, and they had a Christmas in July weekend up there. So there were like a bunch of boats that went there to, Put-in-Bay, and it was a fun time. But that's the only Christmas in July experience I have. 1-2 fouled straight back as Davis continues the battle here to begin the top of the 8th.
No, John L. Smith, and we have such a great Otters Digital Network crew bringing you both the sights and the sounds. Of course, you know about Matthew Will and Bill McCune on our home broadcast, and Matthew Will traveling for the most part. But people like Preston Leinenbach, you, Big Red, behind the scenes, and then Michael Rust and Ashland, the Harrison product, and Hunter Wade, and John L. Smith, Riley Angel. That's his real name.
Austin Hernandez.
Yeah, Austin Hernandez.
As this one flown out into right field. A diving effort from the Miners right fielder. As Rijo shows that he had the ball. I think they did call it an out. As Davis robbed of a base hit for the first out of the inning.
So Miles Gordon previously, in my opinion, had the best catch of the game, and that play there by Rijo in right field.
And that's a really tough play because you're coming directly in on that ball.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is there's risk involved because there's no one backing him up. So
yeah, and Davis has speed, so if that ball gets by him, Davis could easily be at third.
As the leadoff guy to reach.
So that brings up Zach Biermann. He tripled earlier in this game. Drove in
triples,
J.R. Davis for the first run of the night, the third run of the night for the Otters, the first run of that rally they had in the fifth. He is 1 for 4 tonight with that triple. Had a strikeout looking, a fly out to right, and grounded out in his most recent at-bat. The first pitch was a called strike to Biermann, 0-1. Eston Stoll working his second inning of work out of the Miners bullpen. It's now 1-1. Stoll's officially at 1 inning pitched as he's recorded 3 outs, but he entered the game in the middle of the 7th inning and is now pitching here in the 8th. The 1-1 runs up and high. 2-1.
3.5 hours in.
It has definitely been a long game.
Not a Zane Clodfelter game.
You're listening to us on the Otters Digital Network, but Evansville Otters Fans 2022 brings new opportunities to catch all the latest Frontier League action. Be sure to check out the Frontier League and your Evansville Otters on Flow Sports, the official streaming partner of the Frontier League.
Wow.
Never miss a game and follow along on the way to the championship. Just visit EvansvilleOtters.com for links to watch and subscribe today for all Frontier League and Flow Sports action.
I'm going to do that right now.
You should already have that. 3-1 fouled off. It's now a full count to Zach Biermann.
No, I don't need the Flow Sports because I like listening for free to the Otters Digital Network AudioCast, typically with Matthew Will.
And the best part is when the Otters are at home, as the 3-2 is low for ball 4. Zach Biermann, a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. There you go. Matthew Will, when he's at home, will simulcast the broadcast on ODN on YouTube, along with the Flow Sports broadcast that you can watch if you want the video version. But the audio version always there and free, as that is going to spell the end of the night for Eston Stoll. 5th pitcher of the night coming in for the Sussex County Miners. We'll tell you all about him when we come back. It's 6-6, top of the 8th, runner at first base and 1 away as the Otters are up to bat on the Otters Digital Network. Still at the top of the 8th inning, as we have a call to the bullpen presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. The new pitcher on the mound is number 19, a right-hander, John Baker, for Sussex County, a 6'3" right-hander out of Detroit, Michigan. He last pitched for the Chicago Dogs. That's a name. Rookie 2 experience.
Chicago Dogs.
As that also ends the night for Eston Stoll. The book not completely closed on him, as he is responsible for the runner at first base. 1 inning pitch. He faced 5 batters, gave up 1 hit, struck out 1, walked 1. So he is responsible for the runner at first base. Let's tell you a little bit about John Baker, a 3.44 ERA, making appearance number 18 on the year, 52 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 50 hits, 25 runs, 20 of those being earned, 60 strikeouts to just 10 walks.
So if he pitched for the Chicago Dogs, I assume their mascot is a hot dog, so is he also called Mr. Glizzy?
Maybe. You'd have to check with the Chicago Dogs on that.
I thought you would have the answer for me.
I don't have the answer for that because I don't like calling people Mr. Glizzy.
I thought that's what people called hot dogs in 2022.
They do call hot dogs glizzies.
Do you know why?
No.
I don't either.
Okay.
I was just asking. That's what I was
Good
asking.
conversation. First,
I was trying to learn something new tonight on the broadcast.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to present you that answer. First pitch to Jeffrey Baez is a high fastball. By the way, the new pitcher-catcher battery.
Brought to you by The Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Green River Road, 812-475-9000. Tell them St. from the Otters sent you.
I was going to get to all that part. Is the 1-0 is a called strike. It's now 1-1. John Baker on the mound and Kiros behind the plate.
Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Green River Road, 812-475-9000.
Make sure you tell him Zane Cloudfilter sent you. So it's a 1-1 count to Baez, the Otters left fielder, as he has reached base safely 3 times tonight. Pair of singles and a walk. He's scored 2 runs. He's also stolen 2 bags, as he has been active tonight. Watches the 1-1 low, and it's now 2-1. 6-6 in the top of the 8th inning, as the Otters surrendered a lead in the bottom of the 7th. And now Baker working from the stretch with 1 out and 1 runner on. Baez fouls this one off to the right side. Yet another foul ball to the right side for the fans. 2-2.
What do you think the attendance is this evening at Skyland Stadium?
Well,
we've really only seen one side of the ballpark because there really haven't been that many foul balls down the third base line.
It's a Friday night. Behind home plate looks a little scarce. I don't know if they have much seating up above this, from what we can see from the center field camera.
They would have to.
I would guess in like the 1,200 range.
Okay.
Looks like some activity going on in the Otters bullpen for the bottom half of the inning, as that's Augie Gallardo throwing away in the bullpen, and I can't tell who that is. They're having a good time on the bench behind him. But it's a 2-1 count to Jeffrey Baez, as the Otters are looking to take the lead once again late here in this ball game. Baker gets his sign as he works from the stretch. The 2-1 fouled off once again. 2-2 fouled off once again. So it stays at 2-2. And I'm beginning to think I'm crazy, but they have 3-2 on the stream. But I must have missed a ball somewhere. I don't know.
Personal foul, Big Red. Missing a pitch.
I don't know. 3-2, and we lost our stream because apparently our account is watching from more than one location. So
who did Preston give his password to that's ruining our remote broadcast?
I wonder if Preston pulled it up on his phone or something. He pulled it up on his phone, so we lost our broadcast.
No, because we thought we saw someone we knew in the bullpen, and so we were looking. Now we're back.
Okay, so I think it was a fly out to center field. It was a fly out to center field.
Well, at least you know if you get a Flow Sports account not to share your password, because then you won't be able to watch it.
You can't view it from multiple accounts at one time. It's not like a Netflix account. So that brings up Steven Sinsley. Can you tell this game has been 3.5 hours?
It'll be worth it if the Otters win.
It will be worth it.
Actually, Big Red, any game I get a broadcast with you is worth it.
This is very true. So now that brings in Steven Sinsley, 2 out. Runner at first base is Zach Biermann, who reached via the walk before the pitching change.
But, I mean, this game does need to hurry sooner. Otherwise, I might be checking the tires on the way home.
Yeah, well, you can do that if you want. My car has tire sensors on it, so I don't need to check
I think
my
mine do
tires.
too, but sometimes I don't trust them.
Yeah, that's fair. First pitch to Steven Sinsley. Fastball low in the zone, ball 1. 3-game road trip in Sussex County for the Evansville Otters to start the second half of the season. They ended their final week before the All-Star break with just a 2-4 record. It's part of the reason why, or a large reason why, they're in second place in the West Division, but a chance to make up some ground here in the next week or so, as the 1-0 is a called strike. It's 1-1.
And right now we are sitting at 23 Don Mattingly Way. If we wanted to hightail it to Sussex County in Augusta, New Jersey, it would take us 12 hours and 24 minutes. That's 841 miles.
You can make that drive tomorrow if you would like.
A lot of stops to check the tires.
The 1-1 is outside for a 2-1. I decided to pull up the Frontier League scoreboard to check on a couple games. Schaumburg, who is in third place behind Evansville, they won tonight at Quebec by a score of 5-2. The Washington Wild Things, top of the ninth, 15-4.
So they're hot.
They are hot.
It's
They
hot,
are leading
Dawn.
that game at Charles Riviere. I want to find out how many runs they scored. They scored 12 runs in the top of the sixth. 12.
Would that be classified as a crooked number?
Yes, I do believe so. So it's 3-1 count to Steven Sinsley. As the pitch home, swung on and missed a high fastball. As now the runner at first base, Zach Biermann, will for sure be in motion on this pitch. John Baker trying to keep this game tied heading into the bottom half of the eighth. Evansville trying to rally and get the lead back here late in tonight's ball game.
John Baker just looks like a pitcher, doesn't he?
John Baker just sounds like a pitcher.
He has the mound presence about him.
The payoff. Line to the right side, past the diving second baseman, and into right field as Zach Biermann will head first to third. Runners on the corners now for the Evansville Otters as Sinsley rips a single through the right side. And now the Otters are threatening with 2 away here in the eighth.
Steven Sinsley has been fantastic for Evansville, has really provided a spark to this lineup and key points of the game. And now you have someone in Elijah Mcnamee. His last at-bat had a pretty big contribution. And so here you go, runners at the corners. It's a tie game. It's late in the eighth inning. Here's where a push for the postseason. I know we're just after the All-Star break, but these are important games and matchups that if Evansville wants to keep playing after Labor Day, they're going to have to deliver in some of these situations.
Well, and we looked at the standings in the pregame, but Evansville right there with Washington and Schaumburg, just a couple games separating each of the spots. So those three teams look to battle out throughout the rest of the season. So these games are important, even if they are still, here in late July and you still have a month plus of the season left. First pitch to Elijah Mcnamee misses low and away for ball 1. Elijah is 1 for 4 tonight. He singled in his last at-bat in the 7th. Struck out swinging, flew out to center field, and popped up to first base in his first 3 at-bats. But a chance to drive in a run and give the Otters the lead again here in the 8th. Up and in, ball 2.
Make him throw a strike. Make him throw a strike.
So, interestingly enough, Zane, in this inning, now granted this hasn't been all John Baker, but Zach Biermann worked a full count before drawing a walk. Jeffrey Baez worked a full count before flying out to center field. Steven Sinsley worked a full count before lacing a single through the right side. And now Mcnamee is up 2-1 in the count. So we've had 3 straight full count at-bats, 2 of them involving John Baker. And we'll see if Mcnamee works deep into the count like the previous 3 Otters batters. Baker has his sign, runners on the corners. The 2-1 swung on and missed as it's now 2-2.
Deuces are wild.
Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. 2 on in the top of the 8th. Elijah Mcnamee looking for hit number 2. This would be a very big hit for Elijah Mcnamee, who I feel like has been through going through a little bit of a rough patch of the season, but we know his capabilities as a hitter, especially to hit all the fields. The 2-2, outside close take, but that once again runs the count full.
And here's something with a runner at first base, a 3-2 count and 2 outs. Now the runner's going to be going, so if Mcnamee can hit something down the line, there's a potential there for that runner at first base, and Steven Sinsley could potentially score.
Mm-hmm. Full count. Runners on the corners. 2 away here in the 8th. A very big opportunity for Evansville. The delivery. Breaking ball swung on and missed as Mcnamee goes down swinging. And that's how we end the top half of the 8th inning. The Otters get a couple on thanks to a hit and a walk, but they strand the 2 runners on base. As we now head to the bottom of the half of the 8th inning, Otters and Miners knotted at 6. We'll be back on the Otters Digital Network. Welcome back to the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the 8th inning. Otters and Miners as we have a pitching change. This call of the bullpen brought to you by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. To be Augie Gallardo on the mound for the Evansville Otters. Gallardo, a 6-foot, 195-pound right-hander from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Previously played for Bravos de Leon. And we'll get to his stats momentarily, but the pitcher-catcher battery is Gallardo on the mound, Felix behind home plate. This pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Call 812-475-9000, and make sure you tell them Zane Clodfelter sent you. Earlier in the game, Zane, you had teased a little bit of, I think you called it non-Otters trivia.
Yeah, it's what parallel does the city of Evansville, and specifically Diamond Avenue, which is just to the north of Bosse Field, it sits on the 38th parallel. Do you know what the 38th parallel is?
I do not know what that
It
is.
is
Clearly Preston knew, though.
It is the demarcation zone established between North and South Korea.
There you go.
And so if you travel on Diamond Avenue, you'll see the marker. And if you're on I-69 either north or southbound, you'll see that line marking the 38th parallel, which divides North and South Korea. So if you look to the east or west, I guess depending on which way you want to do it around the globe.
You're looking towards...
Yeah.
Okay. Learned something new today. First pitch for Gallardo popped up by Alex Torrell, the first baseman, and it is caught by the third baseman, Jared Davis.
The camera work we just saw there reminded me of the Miners of Southern Illinois that we dealt with last year.
It was not great.
It wasn't. And one of the few faux pas they've had tonight.
It was. They've had a good broadcast overall. But yeah, that was definitely where is the ball at? But first pitch swinging for Gallardo as he gets Torrell to pop up, so that's one away. That brings up now the catcher, Isaias Quiros, as the catcher tonight is 0 for 2, a flyout in the 6th, a strikeout looking in the 3rd. He reached on base with a bases-loaded walk in the 1st where he was stranded at 3rd. as the first pitch to him is a called strike. It's 0-1. Also, a little bit of just information about how this game has been going. Sussex County tonight so far, through their first 7 times batting, they have left 6 runners on base. The Otters have been to the plate 8 times tonight. They have left 12 on base.
A lot of base runners.
A lot of opportunities to drive in runs where they have just struggled to complete it. It's now an 0-2 count for Gallardo, and he gets a swing and a miss on the breaking ball. His first German-American Bank strikeout of the night, and the second out recorded here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, the right fielder, Nilo Rijo. He is 0 for 0 tonight. He has reached base 3 times.
It's like he wasn't even here.
All via the walk. Now, he's definitely been here. He got an RBI in the first inning with his bases loaded walk. He reached second base on a wild pitch in the 4th inning, but was stranded there. And then he got caught stealing in the 6th inning for the second out. He also made a catch in right field that we saw that robbed J.R. Davis of a hit in the previous half inning.
Yes, he did.
First pitch, breaking ball for Gallardo, a called strike, 0-1. I don't think Gallardo's pitch count is already to 22 pitches based on the stream here, but that's probably just a forgot to erase that.
They're trying.
You know, it's been a long game for them too.
Oh yeah,
It's been a very long game. Now 1-1 is that 0-1 delivery misses low.
And what? Preston Linebock's been here since when? 9, 10 o'clock this morning?
Preston probably got here at 6 a.m. No, he got here at 9. That's what he said. The 1-1 is called strike. It's 1-2. I'm not convinced that Preston doesn't have a bedroom upstairs somewhere.
Steve Tassler, the now Deputy Commissioner of the Frontier League, when he worked in the Evansville Otters front office in the mid-2000s, lived at Bosse Field. Of course, now Steve Tassler is a tax-paying resident of Evansville, Indiana.
The 1-2 misses inside. It's now 2-2.
Did you know that?
I
Any of
did
our
not.
listeners know that? Yeah, Deputy Commissioner Steve
not know
Tassler
that.
lives in beautiful Evansville, Indiana.
Did not know that.
He moved here for the tax rebates we're getting back from the governor.
2-2 count, 2 away. Here comes the delivery. Breaking ball, grounded to the left side, fielded by Khalil at shortstop. He fires over to first base. A little bit of a low throw, but a good pick by Zach Biermann, and that sends us to the top of the 9th. It's still tied at 6. The Otters coming to the plate here on the Otters Digital Network. It'll be Khalil Felix Armstrong leading off 7-8-9 for the Otters when we come back right after this short break.
Want to make your lawn and landscape look like a field of dreams? Make sure you use Tin Barge, professional brand products. Pick them up at any of our 3 locations, Big Red, beautifying the communities we live in and the grass we walk and play on, all since 1940. Back to you, Big Red.
Thank you, Zane Clodfelter. John Baker still on the mound for the Sussex County Miners as we head to the top half of the 9th inning. It's 6-6. The Otters fell behind 5-0. They got to 5-2 and then battled back, scoring 4 runs in the top half of the 5th inning to take a 6-5 lead. They surrendered that lead in the bottom half of the 7th inning, and that's how we got to this point of the ball game. It'll be 7-8-9 due up for the Otters. George Khalil, followed by Justin Felix and then Andy Armstrong. If anybody reaches base, Miles Gordon will get a 6th plate appearance. but still have to get somebody on in order to have that opportunity as George Khalil digs in. And now time is called before the first pitch.
If you're listening to our broadcast tonight, let us know on Twitter at Evansville Otters. Let us know where you're listening in from.
Khalil squares around but pulls back for a first pitch strike 0-1. Yes, tweet Evansville Otter or Evansville Otters.
Yeah, tweet us. EVIL.
I'm not sure.
LEOTTERS.
Preston, have you been running the Twitter account tonight, or is that something Matthew Will is doing from his isolation? It is Preston.
I'm privy to see some of our, let's see, I'm going to get on the Otters Twitter account here and see if there's anyone
0-1 was a call to strike, by the way, 0-2.
listening in. Steve Smith followed us, so maybe he's listening.
The wind and delivery, 0-2 delivery is check swing. They appeal down to first base, say that he did not go, so it's 1 ball, 2 strikes now.
So yeah, as we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour where the stoplight at Heidelbach.
We are watching that light anxiously.
Maxwell about to change over. So yeah, let us know where you're listening in from. At Eville Otters, EVILLEOTTERS.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and fastball thrown by him as Khalil goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. His 3rd strikeout of the night in 5 plate appearances, and that brings up now Justin Felix, who is 2 for 2 tonight with 2 singles and 2 walks. He has been stranded on base all 4 times he has reached. 3 of those times he has reached second base, but he does have 1 RBI way back in the 2nd inning. So Justin Felix has been a thorn in the side for the Miners tonight.
I don't want to sound too needy, Big Red, but it would be nice if he hit a home run here.
It would be. We have not got to read a McMahon exterminating.
Yeah, trust the man who can, McMahon.
Felix has the power to do it, but I think at this point you're just trying to get on base again and see what you can make have happen. It's an 0-1 count as the first pitch was swung at and fouled off by Justin Felix. The delivery for the 0-1, a little bit low below the zone. It's now even at a ball and strike. Again, tomorrow night, 5:05 local time, start time for Evansville. It'll be Jevin Redmond and Zane Clodfelter. Same setup, same spot, same broadcast.
No Big Red, though. We'll miss you.
No Big Red tomorrow night. The 1-1 fouled off straight back, and it's now 1-2. I will, however, be back on Sunday with Jevin as well. Preston Leidenbach will be here for all 3 games.
But Preston's soon to be leaving us.
Yes. Recently accepted a job at USI.
Our alma mater.
Congratulations to Preston. I've told him a couple times already, but on the air officially. 1-2. Breaking ball low below the zone. It's now 2-2. In fact, I was talking to Ray Simmons over at USI, and he said, "Sorry we're stealing Preston from you for the season."
Raymond Simmons, the GOAT.
I said, well, don't worry about it, because clearly he wanted to take that job. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Drop 3rd strike as it'll be thrown down to first base on a line. Out number 2.
Preston, my new media intern, I'm pretty sure was the title in 2017, and has done just an incredible job 2008 onwards in helping to build the brand, and then helping to expand on things that myself, him, Jacob Lutz,
pretty
Lucas
impressive.
Corley.
Preston was starting here on the Otters Digital Network when he was like a freshman in high school. You said 2008.
Well, I'm at 18.
But 2000. I mean, Preston had been doing some board.
I mean, it feels like Preston's been here since 2008.
First pitch is a called strike to Andy Armstrong, 0-1. Armstrong tonight, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, but he did draw a walk back in the 5th.
And Preston can work wherever as long as we still get to go to Kipley's on occasion.
This is
I'll
true.
be okay.
0-1, swung on and missed. Now 0-2.
Bar Louie on Wednesdays, perhaps. Chironi's on Sundays. We have a routine. Yeah, Preston mentions the Barrel House, which is now by Showplace East. I've heard great things, though.
0-2, breaking ball missed low and away. It's now 1-2. Of course, that is, can you call it a sister restaurant to Chasers on the west side? It's under the same ownership.
Yeah. Or a cousin.
The 1-2 bounced in the dirt. It's now 2-2 for Andy Armstrong.
And I remember when that facility years ago, we're talking back in the 90s, used to be Mattingly 23s, a restaurant owned by
Don Mattingly?
Yeah, Don Mattingly.
Man, how did I guess that?
Yeah, then
Nick's
it was
Pizza and Wings. It was Nick's Pizza and Wings.
And then Show Me's for
a brief second.
That was a good chunk of my collegiate career.
2-2.
Which lasted 5 years.
Missed low and away, so it's 3-2. I just got a notification here in Major League Baseball. The Toronto Blue Jays set a franchise record, scoring 28 runs in their 28-5 victory at the Boston Red Sox.
A little aggressive.
And I learned a fun fact going into the All-Star break for the Major League Baseball season. As the payoff pitch is delivered home, and it misses outside, Armstrong picks up another walk at Deerhead.
That's a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
There you go. Zane's got it. But what I was going to say is, interestingly enough, the Boston Red Sox have yet to win a series against a team in their division. They have yet to win a series against an AL East opponent.
Well, the Red Sox did have a very slow start and then caught fire a little bit to get into the playoff chase, and not the way I'm sure they want to start the second half of the season out of the All-Star break in Major League Baseball.
So we'll have another discussion here as Quiroz, the catcher, runs out to talk to John Baker. Armstrong on first base. He has some speed. We've seen him utilize his speed, and I wonder if this is a situation where he's saying, hey, make sure you're paying attention to the runner, but your focus should be on the batter, because all you have to worry about is getting this out. But this seems like an ideal time for Armstrong to try to swipe second base, because here's the thing. Worst case scenario, he gets caught stealing, you go to the bottom half of the ninth. If you hold him off, then you get that runner on second base where Armstrong starts there and Miles Gordon leads off the inning. But you also have a chance now to get a runner in a score position for Gordon to potentially drive him in.
Couldn't say it better myself, Big Red.
First pitch outside to Miles Gordon. It's ball one. Just curious as to, this is like the game within the game. I like this too.
No, he really likes it so much he's standing as he
I'm
broadcasts.
standing because I've been sitting for 3.5 hours.
It's been longer than that, my man.
4 hours. Okay, fine. The 1-0 misses low. It's now 2-0. I'm trying to stretch my legs out a little bit.
Oh, Travis Painter, our general manager, is still here.
He's probably waiting for us to leave.
Is he?
I don't know. Preston's got keys.
Oh, he's doing field work. The Lord's work.
2 balls, no strikes, as this one ground to the right side, fielded by the first baseman for a 3 unassisted. And we will head to the bottom half of the 9th inning. It's tied at 6, with Sussex County coming up to bat. They will have the top of the order due up. Mikey Reynolds, Kevin Rowland, Juan Silverio, due up for the Miners, as they'll have a chance to walk it off in the bottom 9th. We'll be back on the Otters Digital Network.
Top of the order to you, Big Red.
Thank you, Zane Clodfelter, as we head to the bottom half of the ninth inning. Tied at 6 as the Sussex County Miners are coming up to bat. It'll be their leadoff hitter, Mikey Reynolds, as he'll start things off for the Miners. Still facing Augie Gallardo, who got through the last half inning that he pitched, recording 1 strikeout, had 8 total pitches in that inning. And now Mikey Reynolds steps up. He is 0 for 3 tonight with an RBI and a strikeout. He drove in a run on a bases-loaded walk. I guess you could say he walked in a run, as the first pitch almost hits him, but it misses him. Ball 1. So this is a situation where Gallardo trying to push it to the 10th. The 0-1.
And for those of you new to the Frontier League this year, the international tiebreaker in effect for the 10th inning should the game still be tied after 9. And then after that, things would get a little interesting based on the sudden death element of the Frontier League extra innings rules.
So again, we're kind of dealing with some of the Flow Sports stream here, but it's now a 2-1 count. It was a 2-0 count after that last pitch, and that's what I thought too, but their scorebug showed 1-1. So it's now a 2 balls, 1 strike count to Mikey Reynolds after he fouled off the previous pitch. Gallardo trying to keep him off the base paths and push this game into extras. Grounder left side, fielded by Khalil. Takes his time. High throw, but Biermann able to come down. They're actually going to say he's safe.
And I agree with the call. Unfortunately, the throw from George Khalil took Biermann off the bag, and it was just really unfortunate timing because as we get a replay here, yeah, airmailed it,
That's
and then
pretty close.
A bang-bang play.
And they called it an E6.
Yeah, so on the throw there from George Khalil. Leadoff man is on here in a tie game in the bottom of the 9th. It's not ideal, but now the key for Evansville is keeping that potential game-winning run off of second base.
And all the infielders are kind of converging around the mound. Makes me think that, well, I don't see a mound visit happening, but is there an injury? Andy McCauley was arguing with the first base umpire. That's what was happening.
See, I'm a little surprised.
So now the umpires are actually going to get together. They're going to talk about this. We'll see if this call actually stands. And they're going to say he is safe.
Yeah, says the guy who originally made the call. Hey,
he said, "No, guys, I'm sure about this.
Yeah, do you want to
safe?
Do you want to second guess yourself and leave yourself open for criticism for the rest of the series?" And the first base umpire said, "No."
So now this is where the game within the game gets interesting. You have your number 2 hitter up, who has been very good tonight at the plate.
I'd bunt him over.
That was what I was going to ask: is do you bunt him over for your 3, 4, 5 hitters to have 2 cracks at bringing him in?
Absolutely, especially with the leadoff man getting on here.
So Gallardo will work from the stretch as the runner at first is Mikey Reynolds. And they do bunt to the first base side. Gallardo fields it. He will throw it through the glove of Biermann as that ball is recovered by Andy Armstrong. And now things unraveling for the Otters as runners will be at first and second base.
Andy Armstrong,
nobody away.
For me, Bryce Studeville gets a gold star. And Andy Armstrong, for me, gets a gold star right there. If he is not backing up first base like he is supposed to, there's a chance this game is already over with that leadoff runner potentially scoring with the ball going down the right field line.
So this is an E1 is how it's going to go. And now you're faced with a situation again where normally you wouldn't want to take the bat out of your number 3 hole hitter's hands. But this seems like a pretty obvious bunting situation. And this is also a place where you were talking about earlier, I wish we had a wide-angle shot from home plate to see what the defensive alignment is, because you can't see the shortstop on the screen from the center field camera, which is a little bit abnormal. But I'm curious, exactly how the defensive alignment is. And they don't look to be bunting, as the first pitch to Silverio, the third baseman, is a called strike.
Couple of fans standing.
How big would a double play be here? That would be massive.
Thing is, though, that would still potentially put the runner at third base where a wild pitch or pass ball, even with 2 outs, could end up being the difference maker.
Correct.
Not to rain on your parade.
The 0-1 doesn't matter because it's flown out towards left center field. Gordon giving chase. It drops in front of him, and it will fall for a base hit. They throw it into the cutoff man, Zach Biermann, and the bases are now loaded.
Well, Big Red, I can't think of a more pressure-packed situation than the bottom of the 9th inning. The base is loaded in a tie game, and the biggest number of it is nobody out.
Yeah, it's a hairy situation.
Yeah.
And now Max Peterson will walk out to the mound where I assume a pitching change will follow. This could just be a conversation. And it looks like it might just be a conversation. So this is a big situation for Augie Gallardo.
If you're Max Peterson, what do you say?
The good news is, I think you have to try to pitch him low in the zone. You have to bring the infield in. And your play has to be going to home. There's no questions about it. Don't let the ball get above the waist and try to get a ground ball. At the same time, if you can manage to get a strikeout here, that's a monumental turn for Evansville and a chance to get out of the inning. But it's not going to be an easy task with the cleanup hitter and designated hitter David Mayberry coming up to bat, who is batting .357 coming into tonight. So Gallardo, with his first pitch to Mayberry, is a breaking ball low, ball one.
You have to throw him strikes.
You got to throw him strikes. You cannot walk in the winning run. You just can't do it.
Because then pitching is really going to come back to haunt Evansville because Bryce Tudeville gave up some bases-loaded walks in the first inning as well.
Gallardo has his sign, and the 1-0. Fastball, low in the zone, gets past the catcher Felix, and everyone will stay put.
And that is a break. Bad read off of third base for the runner for Sussex County.
A little bit surprising, too, because Reynolds has good speed.
But then again, you don't want to run into that first out at home plate with the bases loaded.
Right.
Especially when it seems like Augie Gallardo is having a little bit of issue commanding the pitch, various pitches of his in his repertoire.
2 balls, no strikes to the Miners cleanup hitter, David Mayberry. He's driven in 1 run tonight with an RBI single back in the first, a chance to walk it off as the 2-0 is low below zone, now 3-0. I got to think Mayberry has the green light here.
I would say no.
You think no?
It's a 3-0 count. He hasn't.
This is true.
I mean, this at-bat, there hasn't been a pitch relatively
I
close.
think you have to get a strike in this at-bat. This pitch right here has to be over the plate.
So hopefully he doesn't over-pitch it here.
3-0 count. Singled through the right side as the Miners will walk it off. 7-6, the Miners win as they had a 5-run lead. They blew it and gave it up 6-5, and then they battle all the way back for a walk-off bases-loaded single by David Mayberry in the bottom half of the 9th inning. We'll step away for a quick timeout. We'll come back and recap this one and get you ready to go for game number 2 tomorrow. But tonight, the Otters fall by a score of 7-6. We'll be back right after this on the Otters Digital Network. We're back on the Otters Digital Network as the Otters fall in game number 1 of their 3-game road trip at Sussex County. 7-6, a walk-off RBI single by the Miners designated hitter David Mayberry. Came up with the bases loaded, laced one through the right side of the infield for the walk-off base hit. It scored Mickey Reynolds for the 7th run of the night for the Miners and handed Evansville another loss as the Miners now improve to 32-26, whereas Evansville drops to 34-24. Baker will pick up the win for the Miners as he now moves to 6-1 on the year. And Baker tonight, 1 2/3 out of the bullpen, gave up only 1 hit, walked 1 batter, didn't allow a run, had 3 strikeouts and 7 batters faced. And on the losing end, it is Augie Gallardo who picks up loss number 3. He's now 0-3 on the season. And Gallardo finished the night with 1 inning pitch. He allowed 2 hits, including the game-winning one. He allowed 1 run, which was unearned because of the errors that allowed the runners to breach. He did strike out 1 batter and 7 batters faced. So just to recap how this game went, Sussex County jumped out to a 5-0 lead in the first inning as Bryce Studeville had a pretty disastrous first inning. He allowed 4 straight base hits and then had 4 straight walks that led to the 5 runs. And Sussex County jumped out to a 5-0 lead. Evansville answered back in the second inning, though. Jeffrey Baez got on with a single. He then stole second base. Steven Sinsley got on base with a walk. They both stole second and third. And then an error scored Jeffrey Baez. And then a single from Justin Felix scored Steven Sinsley. That made it 5-2, where the Otters then stranded a couple runners on base. No other scoring would happen until the top of the 5th when Evansville put up 4 runs in the top of the 5th. Our single from J.R. Davis led it off. Zach Biermann had an RBI triple to score Davis. Baez drew a walk. Steven Sinsley had an RBI single. And then Baez was also driven in later on in the inning to make it a 6-5 game in favor of the Otters. Bottom of the 7th inning, Sussex County would even it up with a 2-out RBI single from Webb Little to score Kevin Rowland. And then in the bottom half of the 9th, the Miners worked the bases loaded. 2 errors to begin the inning, an E6 from George Khalil on a high throw to Biermann. And then Augie Gallardo had an error where he threw it through the glove of Zach Biermann to allow the first 2 runners to reach. A single moved everybody to the bases loaded, and then an RBI single walked it off again by David Mayberry. So again, the Otters drop to 34-24. They lose game 1 of the series. Sussex County improves to 32-26. Pretty long game. An eventful game, though. Otters had plenty of chances. In fact, I think their final tally tonight was 13 runners left on base for Evansville. And that was kind of the story of the night, Zane, is Evansville kept getting runners on. They kept putting Miners pitching into difficult situations. They just couldn't always capitalize.
A couple of things watching this game, Jordan. Again, it's always a thrill working with you. Bryce Studeville pitched so well, and really after that 5-run first inning, composed himself, and he showed maturity that you often don't see from someone playing their first season of professional baseball. So he showed a lot of intestinal fortitude after a 5-run inning. You know, the Otters out-hit the Miners 11-8, and you keep talking about the lack of opportunities and clutch moments for Evansville with the stranded batters and the hitting percentage when it comes to runners on base. Think of how many free passes and how active the base paths were when Sussex County was on the mound. I think for as well as Bryce pitched, overall, just the bases loaded walks, and then we saw the walks and the lack of control there kind of rear its ugly head, both to start the game in the first inning and then to end the game in the 9th. So consistency there. I know it's kind of hard right now for all of these teams because you've had a long layoff, but all of the teams are dealing with an all-star break.
Yep.
It was just, you could tell there was a little bit of rust on the pitching side. And I will say, to start the game off, I had talked about how reliable the pitching had been and how inconsistent the offense had been. It was great to see the offense respond the way that they did, but with all of the base runners that you've mentioned, it's still somewhat mind-boggling that the Otters were only able to score in 2 innings tonight.
Yeah, so, and to back up your point on Studeville, that first inning, he allowed 4 hits. It was 3 straight singles and then a double. And then he allowed 4 straight walks, 3 of those with the bases loaded, to allow those 5 runs to score. So that's 4 hits and 4 walks in the first inning. If you take those away, the final 5 innings, he allowed 1 hit, no runs, he struck out 5 and walked 3. So from second through the 6th inning, Bryce Studeville was great. It was that first inning that put Evansville in a hole, and to their credit, they climbed out of that hole. They had the lead. They just couldn't hold it late in the game.
Right, and one thing I am glad to see, it is disappointing that the Otters lost this game, clearly. But I am glad that the pitch that Augie Gallardo had, that Mayberry ended up sending into right field for the game winner, at least that was going to be a strike.
Yeah.
It was a pitch in the zone, so at least
you made them win the game.
You made them win the game. Now, to set up that situation, the Otters did a lot of things to help Sussex County get in that position, but at least in that one pitch, it wasn't a ball, and they actually had to earn the victory with the base hit.
And again, we kind of highlighted a little bit. I had it down as 13 runners left on base. I could have miscounted. But with runners on tonight, Evansville is 5 of 22. With runners in scoring position, they were 2 of 12. With 2 out hitting, they were 2 of 11. It was just kind of one of those nights.
I mean, the numbers, and that's the amazing thing about baseball is, there is some analytics and there are some interpretation and perspective that you factor into judging a baseball game, but for the most part, it's those numbers. And you look at the numbers, I think you're going to get a pretty good indication, regardless of if you've seen the final score or not, of which team was going to end up on the winning side and which team was going to end up on the losing side. And lo and behold, it's Sussex County with a 7 and Evansville with a 6.
Well, the good news is if this game is any indication, it should be a competitive series throughout the weekend. The final line score for Evansville, 6 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors, both those coming in that 9th inning. Sussex County, 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, as they do win it on the walk-off, bases loaded single. Any final thoughts, Zane, before we sign off?
Evansville needs to find somewhat of a spark and get that collective unit going again. They're 2 and 5 in their last 7, which kind of covers the All-Star break. This is an important time for Evansville. We mentioned with Washington being north of the border, but they took care of business this evening. You have to stay within shouting distance, and it's important, too, for Evansville not to get in too big of a hole here coming out of the All-Star break when it comes to the West Division, because if you remember, Evansville and Washington play 6 more times, but the caveat, all 6 of those games are away from Bosse Field. So keep that in mind as we kind of progress and get closer to the month of August.
So I'm not going to run through the full scoreboard, but a couple games to highlight again. Schaumburg won at Quebec 5-2, so they gained a little bit of ground on Evansville. And the Washington Wild Things ended up winning 15-12. They were leading that game 15-4 in the top of the 9th. So that game got pretty interesting pretty quick, but Washington hangs on there. So they will now extend their lead against Evansville in the Frontier League West Division. But the good news is there's still plenty of games to be played down the stretch. So one more time, the Evansville Otters drop to 34-24. Augie Gallardo picks up the loss. He's now 0-3 on the season. Sussex County improves to 32-26, where John Baker picks up the win. He is now 6-1. Until tomorrow night, a 5:05 first pitch time, Evansville time. It'll be Jevin Redmond and Zane Clodfelter. You'll be able to hear another remote edition of the Otters Digital Network, Evansville Otters Baseball, where you can hear Zane Clodfelter and, again, Jevin Redmond tomorrow night. They'll have the call for game number 2. I'll see you guys on game number 3 on Sunday afternoon, as that game will be a 1:05 start time. But Otters will look to bounce back with a win and try to even up the series tomorrow night. For my partner, Zane Clodfelter, as well as Preston Leinebach, who has helped us tonight with this production, this has been Jordan Fisher. It's a pleasure and a privilege. Hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast, and looking forward to calling some more Evansville Otters baseball later this weekend. Everybody else, have a good night.